Kalian nanti abis dekan buka video langsung ya.
Have we ever wondered about the relationship between us and our environment? We're supposed to have a mutual relationship, but do we? The world keeps growing in a non-predictable way. The acceleration of time and space requires us to go beyond. Here's where architecture contributes to spatial quality that benefits both the dwellers and the ecosystem surrounding. What kind of programs can address the challenges of communicating ecological principles within the world's rapid growth? How can architecture contribute to protecting the integrity of the ecosystem? How do we go beyond ecology?
Rian, boleh Alvin dijadiin co-host?
Oh iya Bu.
Thank you.
Nah, Bu.
Oke. Denny teh, Den,
Hey,
lu ya? Oke,
ya,
oke.
tapi sebentar ya, add-nya masih belum.
Oke, it's okay. Lu gue jadiin co-host ya?
Enggak, jangan deh, biar add aja.
Nggak usah. Ya udah, oke.
Oke.
Have we ever wondered about the relationship between us and our environment? We're supposed to have a mutual relationship, but do we? The world keeps growing in an unpredictable way. The exploration of time and space requires us to go beyond. Here's where architecture contributes to special quality that benefits both the dwellers and the ecosystem surrounding.
Tuh emak di warung.
What kind of programs can address the challenges of communicating ecological principles within the world's rapid growth? How can architecture contribute to protecting the integrity of the ecosystem? How do we go beyond ecology?
Thank you, Rian. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are in good health. And we welcome you to the jury's final public expose 831. This is our third semi-annual actually exhibition, virtual exhibition and virtual presentations for the best one of the top 25 top students with their final projects. Thank you. We welcome you also, Mr. Ed Baker, Mr. Denny, and Mr. Alvin as our judge, and Mr. Baker as also our judge. And we welcome you also, Mr. Frankie Liao as our Kaprodi, and Mr. Harto Tanujaya is already here. Pak Harto udah ada ya? As our Dean of Faculty of Engineering. Pak Harto?
Ya, Bu Vero.
Okay. Pak Harto will open this Penjurian ya, this public expose. Pak Harto silahkan. Pak Harto.
Oke. Oke.
Pak Harto.
Ya, dengar suara saya?
Ya.
Oke. Oke, good evening. May God bless our intention. Dear change my background. Dear jury, Mr. Ed Baker, Romain Board Director, Broadway Malian, Singapore. Welcome to UNTAR, Daring, and Mr. Alvin Leonardo Tristanto, lead architect designer, Saha Hadid Architect London, and head of department, come study, lecturer, student, and all of audience in this webinar. I would like to welcome all of the participants in this webinar or competition. And it's my great pleasure to join with you all for this competition. And the important things is even though pandemic is still happening, but we can still communicate each other. And public expose is one of promotion from architect study program, undergraduate program, and will many documentation from our student in this semester, even semester 2020 and 2021. It's in this event for PE 8.31, and in this creation for our student is every time blank. And even thoughts evaluation review in these works its best work will be selected from best. However, we hope that all of students of the bachelor in architect study program in UTAR continue to be proud and to be the next, hopefully, to advance the architect study program in this national, regional, and maybe in international level. Creating works that's always good for the superior. These works are also expected to always motivate and become creative idea that are always developing and following the development and changes of very in this fast area, this century. And the meaning continue to be developed and create into something unique and worthy. And for example, in this during pandemic this year, we have also seen and read that the design seem to have changed slightly, and by utilize more open space and it's liked by the public. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not architect, I'm just an engineer. All good product or works, we have to through from a process. In this process, it will reflect the ability, optimism, and spirit of the work. A good learning is one of a process that demands a discipline is proof to produce a good work, and we have expected. Finally, we would like to thanks once again to Mr. Ed Baker and Mr. Alvin who have helped us in this evaluation or judging in this public expose, and also thanks all of student, lecturer, supervisor, and coordinator, and committee for this event. Okay, maybe that's my.
Okay, thank you, Pak Harto. Yes, thank you for the times. Although we just asked him very rush today, but he has joined today. So thank you, Mr. Harto. Thank you, Pak Harto, atas kesediaannya hari ini. Okay. Now, my name is Veronica. I'm a coordinator of the Architecture Studio 8, and I would like to introduce you to the 25 top students today who actually did their works at the PE website. Yeah. Now maybe someone can chat the website on the chat room. But today we will only 10 members of the selected finalists who will presentate their works today. So this is semi-annual programs. So every semester we have this public expos, and this year we have 134 students join the Architecture Studio 8, our final studio. And the finalists picked from the H unit is 50 students. So after the 50 students, we have selection teams. Now we have 25 top students who will present their works at the website, and 10 from them will have the presentations today. So we will introduce you to the 25 of the participants of Public Expo 831. Ryan, can you help me? The first members is Robert Halim with Ecotourism Tropical Forest in Kabil, Batam. Robert? Okay. Second member is Samar Shah with the project Sustainable Fashion Hub at Bekasi atau Gria Mode Berkelanjutan di Kota Bekasi. Jamar? We have also Chelsea Taurusia Chandra with the projects Asmara Loka, a human life personality, sebuah personalitas hidup. We also have Edita Santika with the projects Derana, the depression's healing space in this period of and post-pandemic. Ruang pemulihan, ini kenapa kebalik kamu? Ruang pemulihan depresi di masa pasca pandemi. And then we have Joshua Kivi with the projects Tanamodo, the conservation of Komodo dragon habitat in Komodo Islands. We also have Stanley Dharma Putra with the projects Kabongkaeng, new typology for Asmat ecological dwelling, atau tipologi baru hunian ekologis suku Asmat, Stanley. And Aldo Linardi projects Hive City, Inspiration and Tourism at Cilengsi District, Bogor. Aldo. And we also have Junita Delvin with the project Semerbak Harum Sangkusuma. Junita. And then Changgita Lucia with the projects Forest Tour in Dayak Kanayatan Village. Junita. Changgita Lucia with the projects for Forest Tour in Dayak Kanayatan Village. And then we have Glenn Geraldi with the project Inside Out, Sawangan Fitness and Recreation Space, Ruang Rekreasi Kebugaran Sawangan. And we have also Steffi Setiawan with the project Kutol Panji Telling Utilization and Conservation Center. Steffi. And we have Jihan Nurmaulida with the project Normal Living, Work Home for Wheelchair User. And we have also Jihan. We also have Sylvia Griko, redesign of Kebon Kacang Flats atau redesign rumah susun kebun kacang. We also have Ifrem Yusuf with the projects Karatak Karak Kayu atau reforestation and observation of burnt forest. Ifrem. We also have Nadia Erika with the projects House of the Rainforest, coexistence between humans and orang-utans in Samboja, Lestari, East Kalimantan. And we have also Kevin Joshua Adianto Hutagao, Lahir Alir Hilir, Gasification Plan and Recreational Space at Citarum River, Bandung District. Next, we have Abigail Mardianto with the projects Muara Angkes Adaptive Neighborhood. And we have also the next is Marcellus Lukitano with the Plastic Energy Facility with Urban and Community Contextuality. And we have Andrea Murdiono with Future-Oriented Microalgae Cultivation for Cosmetic Industry. We have Mary Suryani with Sustainable Vertical Cattle House. And we have Rian Hartadi Humawan with the project Fishermore Vertical Kampung and Fish Market Kalibaru Cilincing. And we have Octaviani with the project Neo Kajang with a new topology of ecological settlements for sea nomads communities, Octaviani. We also have Bobby Febrian with SCBD Urban Prairie, Biotop and Food Court as bioenergy generator. Bobby. And we have also Juan Finandi as psychological care centers for workers in noisy area Jababeka. And the last members of this public expos is Christina Valentia Purwadi with Kanakufu Plastic Waste Processing Facility in Bantar Gebang, West Java. 10 of them will have the presentation today, which is you can also have listen to the discussion with the jury. We welcome Rian. Rian? this is all the works from the website and from the publication and everything is their works. So they have this committee, the 25 students who built these projects also built the website. I really appreciate, and Ryan is the leader. So I will welcome you, Ryan, to introduce the jury. Ryan, silakan.
Distinguished guests, judges, colleagues, and friends, I wish you have a very good afternoon today. It is such an honor that we have had two prominent judges joining this meeting. They will help us to select the best project among the public exposed participants in this semester. Allow me to introduce them. Our first judge today is Mr. Ed Baker. Mr. Baker is the Director Broadway Malian and Urbanism Leader for the Asia Pacific region. He is a qualified master planner, urban designer, and landscape architect with over 25 years experience. He earned his bachelor degree in Hans Geography at Universities of Leicester and Utrecht, Netherlands, and got his master degrees in landscape architecture at Sheffield University, then master degree in urban design at University of Westminster, UK. Before working on Broadway Malian London studio for 7 years, Mr. Baker has several work experience, including working at Sheffield City Council, then working at Nottinghamshire Country Council, then working at RPS Group, Huddersfield, UK, and many more. His passion is creation of smart and sustainable places, whether it is new city planning, the regenerations of urban districts, designing city parks, or transit-oriented development. Mr. Baker's specialism is urban design and planning. Some of the works that have been produced by Mr. Baker include transit-oriented development, master planning Chengdu TOD China, Nusa Jaya Gate Johor Bahru, Malaysia, Smart City Melaka, Malaysia, Shanghai Huangpu River Plot ES4 Urban Designs, and many more. Mr. Baker also received several awards during his career, including Gold Awards for Master Planning category, Singapore Institute of Landscape Architecture Award 2014, Merit Award for Commercial Building category, Singapore Institute of Landscape Architecture Award 2017, Best Futura Mega Project MIPIM Asia Award 2013, iProperty People's Choice Awards Best Townships 2014, 2015, and 2016, and many more. I would like to welcome Mr. Baker this afternoon and also thanks to Mr. Baker for your time and your contribution to this event. Moving on to the second judge, I would like to welcome Mr. Alvin Leonardo Cristanto as our second judge today. Mr. Cristanto joined Zaha Hadid Architect in 2005 after graduating from AABRL. He has been integral to high-profile projects including CMA CGM Tower, Cairo Expo City, and Morpheus Hotel in 2013. In 2013, Mr. Cristanto left Zaha Hadid Architect to take on new career challenges at OMA in Hong Kong, MPLP Architecture in London, before returning to Zaha Hadid Architect with a new set of skills in 2017. Mr. Cristanto earned his bachelor degree in architecture from Universitas Tarumanagara, Jakarta in 2002 and got his master degree in Architectural Association London in 2005. Mr. Cristanto specialism in designing hotel, residential, convention center, office building, and facade development. Some of the works that have been produced by Mr. Cristanto included Hangzhou New Town, China, Studio City Face Macau, Taiwan Introduced Industrial Heritage, Transmedia Center Taiwan, CMA CGM Tower France, Cairo Expo City, and many more. We highly appreciate Mr. Cristanto for your support and involvement in our public expos today. So without further any ado, I would like to return the microphone back to Mrs. Farrow. I wish you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Rian. Okay, we can start the presentation. So each presenter will have 15 minutes, including the discussion with the jury. So 7 to 8 minutes for presentations and 7 to 8 minutes for the discussions. And also the first one is Stanley. Yeah, Stanley udah siap ya?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
ready.
for you guys who never joined the public expose, for the jury, we also you use invite from the professional so we can have inputs and feedbacks for our educations. Yeah, and usually we have two judge, one from the alumni and one from non-alumni. Okay, the first presenter Stanley, silahkan. Keep on the time, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, is it clearly?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon for all lecturers, judges, and friends. My name is Stanley Dharmaputra from Unit 2. And now I want to tell you about my project that called Kabongkaeng, New Typology for Asmat Ecological Dwelling. In Papuan language, Kabongkaeng means fabric garden. This is a representation for the solution to the water crisis of Asmat tribe in Agats, Papua. Where's the net fabric material from young sagu leaf or noken, which is used to medium to get water or water collecting from rain and humidity. A new typology for Asmat ecological dwelling means adapting the Asmat tribe's way of life and inhabiting into a new form to respond the challenge of the time. What is the basis of this project? This project is located in Asmat District, Papua, where there's currently a clean water crisis and is predicted to get worse in 2040. On one hand, the natural phenomenon of Papua is decrease the temperature of Mount Wijaya, which causes eternal snow to melt and increase humidity. And also, according to statistical data, the rainfall in Papua is also high for about 16 days in a month. If in the future nature in increasingly demake, how will the Asmat tribe survive and adapt in the future? There's nothing wrong with the way of life of Asmat tribe, but the nature that is not beautiful as before requires the Asmat tribe adapt to the nature of their own ancestor. This site is located in Bis Agat Asmat district with an area about 21,000 square meters. Why we need this project? I think this project is important because it focuses not only on solving the existing water crisis, but also promoting the ecological life of Asmat tribe with their uniqueness and closeness with nature of their ancestor. How to approach the architecture? In this project, I try to do a typology study on Asmat architecture, starting from dwelling patterns, geometric patterns, types of building mass, building components, communal spaces, and building materials and ornament. Then I also try to do a matriculation of the Asmat architecture and summarize it into a form of a diagram. I also study the typology and characteristic of a world-famous Asmat sculpture and apply wood material and their color schemes as a character in this project. I also talk about how not just a building, but also bring the project to life with a sagu, pig, and a stone as a treasure of the Asmat tribe.
Agak lah, ngambil lah.
For the program, this project consists of main programs where Kabongkaeng for water harvesting, then a Jew colony for living, the Rumah Tunju to show their tradition and craftsmanship, and the last one is Pono Air, which means full of water, which store clean water. And for the target, this project focused on 80% for the Asmat tribe and 20% for global tourists. For the mass transformation, the first is to raise the treat with the stilt structure. Second is divided into 3 function zones, residential mass, artistic mass, and water treatment. The third is to create an open space, then create a natural circulation of the site in a form of bridge and grassy soil, then adjust and maximize the composition, then applying organic representation and the natural life of the asthma tribe. And the last, create an atmosphere as natural as possible, which make a landscape from the swamps and the forest. Here's some picture of how the design works for the asthma. And this is a piece how to show that the design blends with nature with its activity. And then for beyond ecology parameters, there's a new technology which use a simple technology for rainwater harvesting, and then context how to design blend with the natural surroundings, energy and emission using the natural building materials such as wood and sagu leaf, resilient for stilt use as a mean dealing with a soft soil and humidity, and adaptation where the project is adapt from ecological dwelling of asthma tribe. This is the visualization of Kabongkaeng of water harvesting. So technically, the principle is to wait for the rain to come and direct the water through the fabric into, then be accommodated into a tub. And this is for the floor plan of the resident that use workshop area and communal space. This is and the second floor is for resident. It placed organically to make it feel natural. This is the visualization of the dwelling. And for housing, usually in one group, there's one house for the youth, where on the ground floor, it used for discussion. Second floor is for sleeping. And the third floor is storage for food and hunting equipment. And this is a collection of some visualization of the atmosphere. This is the interaction of asthma tribe with the tourists. This is how the building unite with the asthma tribe about their daily activities, such as hunting. And this project, I also introduced a technology like a hologram, VR, and projector for the asthma tribe, so their all information can be clear and interactive for the tourists. And this is Rumah Tunju, which is used by asthma people for sculpting workshop as well as for living in museum. And in the midnight, we walk sculpting in the moonlight. Now we have lived a proper life, living in the nature of our ancestor, living one with the nature in tradition, art, culture that we are proud of, Asthma Tribe 2040. And this is their story.
Thank
And
you,
thank you very
Stanley.
much, yeah, for the other
Yes.
opportunity.
Thank you. We welcome Mr. Ed first or Mr. Alfian first. Maybe Mr. Ed first. If you want to have questions, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, yeah, thank you. First, I'd say thank you for inviting me to be here this afternoon, and I'm really looking forward to seeing all the different presentations, and I think the general themes are really interesting one, and obviously a very topical one at the moment as we talk about climate change and in the midst of the pandemic as well. And I think, so I've obviously seen different aspects of the presentations, but I'm really looking forward to hearing from the designers and discussing it. So I suppose moving on to this project, I think it was, thank you for the presentation, and I think you really captured the atmosphere of the place really well, and gave us an understanding of the culture and where it sits. I suppose I have a few questions actually, and I think that obviously you've started with a problem which is about the lack of water or the lack of clean water, and how can you start to solve that solution. So I think there's the practical aspects of maybe just telling me a little bit more about how that works and what that means. And I think I'm also generally interested in what this place is and what the existing culture is like and what the existing communities are like, and how this new place you've created adopts that lifestyle, or is it a new way of living for the tribes there, or does it build on the traditional ways of living? So maybe just sort of telling me a little bit more about how this responds to the traditional way of living and perhaps looks towards the future in a different way, because I couldn't fully understand from, obviously you talked about the typologies, but maybe telling me a little bit more about their way of life and how you've accommodated that in the buildings. So I think that's probably two questions there. One which is about telling me a little bit more about the water and how that works, and then the second one is telling me a little bit more about the community, the existing community, and how you've adapted that in this very sort of distinct and different typology.
Okay. For the first one is this is a water collecting. It names Kabongkaeng. It's the material is from Yang Sagu, and then it's sorting, and then to be a noken. Noken is like a rope with base from Yang Sagu, and then it's become a webbing, become a material for the Kabongkaeng itself. It's waiting for the rain to come, and then it's all in a tub. And for the next is community. Asmat tribe is popular to world as a tribe that have a unique sculpting. So they usually has or have one place to a communal space for hunting, for dance, and do the tradition in their activity. Like this, this is rumah tunju. It means house for show. It's a place for the Asmat tribe sculpting the woods until it's become a sculpture, like that maybe.
Yeah. And how do they live at the moment? How do the existing communities, do they live in these are they're not nomadic, so they live in fixed dwellings, but what sort of type, because you're creating this new typology, which is a very traditional, but obviously contemporary view of it. How do they live at the moment? What are the dwellings like at the moment in those communities? How do they?
For the dwelling, there's no changing at all, but I just make the place to become more modern and to wait. I just make the place for asthma tribe for a better. Actually, in real life, the dwellings of real asthma tribe is like a cylinder. There's a row, and then it's like, so I make it like to become one place today living together. So I change the typology. I just take the value of the dwelling for the asthma tribe into a new typology.
Okay, thank you. I think in terms of the water, I think obviously you've thought about that as your main idea, is about the water, isn't it? And I just wondered whether, in terms of the water management, it's quite a big, complex picture, and whether you can, there's different types of water recycling, and whether you use the lakes and the natural landscape more as well as part of that story, and how you could manage the water. So obviously just capturing the water, but also ways of cleaning it, and then using more sort of nature-based design solutions beyond the buildings, I suppose, would be quite interesting. Because I can see that you've set them on these lakes and gardens, and maybe there was a way of using those as well. But I think it's, it's quite an interesting story you've been telling anyway. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. And we will move to Alvin. Alvin, please.
Hello, hi everyone. Yeah, first of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me. As you know, I was a graduate from UNTAR 19 years ago, so it's good to see what has been progress since 19 years. And also, I want to say congratulations to Stanley. I think it's really well presented, and it's a very interesting topic. I think one thing that probably it's a general comment for all the 25 projects that I saw. Normally, you started with an issue, which in this one is like a water, clean water, process, and suddenly there's something missing in the middle. You just suddenly come up with the end result. So I think you briefly mentioned that for instance, I think probably the main design element in your project is the roof, that's undulating roof, but you never explain how you come up with it. Also like in the site plan, there's like a water element, there is dwellings, there's some kind of a museum. What is the process of you come up with this building arrangement? Maybe you can explain me more about that. So basically just two questions. I think maybe you can explain how do you come up with the roof shapes of your project, and how do you come up with the the building arrangement in general?
For the roof, undulating roof, I want to make like something that blending with the nature, with the surrounding, because in Asmat, Papua, there's a lot of mountain. That's a row of mountain, I mean, like Mount Jayawijaya. So I want to representate the nature of Asmat into the building to representate the whole element nature to show the world what is Asmat like.
I see.
Like that.
Yeah, yeah. I just wish that you have a diagram explaining that. I think I don't know. Looking roughly at your, your diagram here.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. It's a lot of pictures, but probably you could. Yeah, but it's just pictures without explanation. You see. So when you present me the end result, I don't know how the process, it might be making sense for you, but I think for somebody who look at the project from outside, I think there is something missing in the middle, the process. I mean, like my second question, like if you show I think there's one slide with like a bird eye view.
Pardon?
Okay, probably like page 16 or something. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, it looks like there is a building that function as a museum or a visitor center. There is a building that is actually the actual dwellings of the Asmat, and I don't know what the other building, but it's sort of like a hybrid between a tourist object and like the actual dwellings, right? I think more than just a water processing center, then it's also something that promote tourism in Papua. Yeah. Sorry, going back to my original question, how do you come up with this arrangement?
For the arrangement is
Yeah.
actually it can be present the plan. Actually, I make the sum of circular. There's a small and large one. The small one is name is it's a dwell for one family for in Asma tribe. The settlement is is organic. So I made it in my projects in a one roof to the activities well, and the biggest one is named Jew colony. It's Rumajeo. It's for young people. Actually, there's one in one group. So they are discussion, they are hunting, they are discussion about their problem in this house, the biggest one. Okay. Maybe just it that I can.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Sorry,
And
do I have more
for
time?
the type, sorry, for the typology before the question, actually the roof is represented the maybe the image is too small. There's like a mountain, so I make it into one place. So like a row of a mountain.
I see. Okay. Yeah, it's actually clear when you explain it. Yeah.
Okay. Is it have more questions, Mr. Alvin or Mr. Ed Baker? Is it enough? Yes.
I think that's it for me, actually.
Okay. Thank you. So we
Okay.
can move
Thank you very
through the
much.
next presenters.
Thank you.
you, Stanley. The next presenters is Aldo Linardi with the project Hive City. Aldo,
Hello,
silakan. Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This project. In this day, the population of insects has decreased up to 40%. This is not a small problem. The insects that we see every day is important to our life. They have their own role in the ecosystem, such as pollinator, predator, and decomposer. Their population decrease are happening because of human activity, such as excessive use of pesticide and the decreasing of the green area. If this keeps happening, insect will be extinct, and this will cause the destruction of ecosystem that will lead to insect doomsday. The doomsday that was caused by the extinction of insect in the world. So, what is Hive City? Hive City is an open insect conservation and tourism that have the goal to increase the population of insects such as bee and butterfly around the project site. Also work at tourism for people to enjoy interacting and learning more about insects. Also to spread the awareness about insect condition in the world. So, where is this project located? This project is located at Cilengsi, Bogor, which is the very known location for nature tourism and lots of biodiversity. The biodiversity around the site is used to spread the insects that are conserved from the project. In order to increase the number of insects, Hive City have several programs such as Insect Museum, Pollen Garden, Vertical Garden, Workshop, Open Garden, and Insect Farm. The design strategy that was used in the project are biomimetics or biomimicry, architecture that used to imitate beehive, such as the hexagonal pattern that become the pattern for bee vertical farming. The hive layer become the basis for the creation of upper and lower circulation. Hive growth are used for the building shape, and the insect behavior interpreted as the basis of the pollen tower concept. So, what is the pollen garden concept? It's the concept to create the unique experience of traveling in open conservation. A pollen tower was created, which provide an experience of site exploration, which is sky bridge, so the people can explore the Hive City freely. For the mass transformation, first start at the site regulation. The second, the access of the sites are located at the north of the site. And the third, the site is divided to create the insect pathway. And the fourth, each of the program are divided between the insect pathway. The fifth, the building mass are shaped after hexagonal pattern. And for the sixth point, the pollen tower are located in each building mass. Then, each of the pollen tower are connected with the sky bridge. The hexagonal pattern are also used for the roof pattern and the facades. The building facades are created for vertical bee farming, and in order to save water, this project placed some rain catcher in the open garden. So, how does this project reach beyond ecology? By having the context, adaptive, energy, emission, resilience, and new technology. For the context, creating a conservation to increase the insect population in Cilengsi sub-district. For the adaptive point, the vertical bee farm facade can be adapting to addition of insect population by using the modular hive. For the energy emission point, use rainwater catcher for the garden and facade irrigation. For the resilient point, the effective material for bee and butterfly conservation is wood. So wood that is resistant to tropical weather is needed. The wood that are used are grulam wood. The new technology are exists in the form of the hive facade, which is placed for the vertical insect conservation and the source of insect food. Let me show you the video of my project.
Okay, thank you, Aldo.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aldo. We will like maybe Mr. Alvin first for Aldo's questions. Alvin, silahkan.
Okay. Yeah. Again, yeah, congratulations, Aldo. It's a really nice project. I can see that it's actually really well designed. I think you actually designed all the building, and the diagram really explain how you come up with the shape. It's just that my question, I think not on this view, but on the other view, it looks like you have a lot of forest behind it. And I think my question is why you didn't expand your project a bit more? Because I think normally if I go all the way somewhere far in the nature, I would expect to visit center that, you know, that I can explore, right? I think what I can see here, if I really go to this place, I go in and I can see all the building at the same time. There's no sense of exploration. Maybe there's a reason for that. So again, my question is why the site is you don't expand the site a bit more so you can spread the building a bit more so you know visitor can explore it more. Sorry, I hope it's clear.
Okay. So for the site, the back is more like the green space, and it's not really that forest too much tree, but it's just an empty, usually empty land with some tree in it. And also, I use in order to make the sensation of the good exploration, I create the concept of pollen tower, which is every single person can just explore it from each of the mass of the building and with the sky bridge.
Okay. But how does it work? You need to go up the stairs, right? And then go to the other building. And then you go down. Yeah, it's just a lot of walking, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a question for me. I'm just gonna leave it to Ed to ask for the, more question.
Thank you, Alvin.
Thank you.
Ed, please. Mr. Ed Baker.
Yeah, thank you, Aldo, for your great presentation. I think you've produced something really unique here. And when I was looking through all the different work, this one was one of the ones that really caught my eye because it's quite different. I think I think Alvin has sort of picked up on something. I sort of felt that for something which is embedded in the natural world, it feels very built up as a site, and that perhaps maybe if you can't expand it, you could put less buildings on it, and it feels quite manicured as a whole when you look at the landscape, and maybe given the natural in the ecology theme, that maybe it should feel something that is sort of sat among the trees a little bit more rather than sat on top of the trees, I suppose. But I think I can see how you've got a very sort of strong design language, and I can see how you've developed those concepts. I suppose one of my questions for you really was just to understand a little bit more about what's going on in the buildings. I get the bigger theme, but maybe just to explain, what's actually happening, perhaps in some of these buildings, and a bit more about the sort of the practicalities, I suppose, of what's going on. Is it part research and part education? Just a little bit more about the uses.
Oh, okay. I will explain first for the facades of the building. So the facades of the building is also used as the beehive farm, vertical one at that, and each of the empty space here can be add for more hive for the bees. And also for each of the rain catcher, it's located in all of the gardens, and it usually catch the rainwater, and then the water are used for the irrigation for plants in the buildings. And for what's okay, please wait. Okay. So here is the picture of the tower, the open garden, and in this garden, all the insects such as a butterfly and bees can fly around, and in this open garden are lots of flowers and lots of other plants in order to attract all the insects such as bee and butterfly. And for the sky bridge, everyone can just walk around and then walk down with the circular stairs to explore. And for what's usually happening and there is also one of the dome, the glass dome that is used to trap the butterfly and some plants so people can just see and walk around inside it. And also there is a place so people can sit and read. Also, there is also the exhibition of insects inside. Other than that, there is also a bee farm, which is the horizontal one that people can just walk and see around it. Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is it enough? Is there more question or Alvin?
Yeah, I just want to mention the image is amazing. Actually, you did a good job of doing the visualization.
Thank you.
I think apart from that, I think I have no more questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alvin. Okay, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Aldo. Also, okay, for the third one, we will move on to the third members is Bobby Febrian with the SCBD Urban Prairie. Oh, also we are live in YouTube now, and in the YouTubes you can also likes every each of what one of the participants you like for the favorite winners later. Yeah, so you can visit our YouTubes too. Maybe Ryan will chat in the chat room. Silahkan, Bobby. Bob.
Hello.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Bob.
With all my respect for Bufero, can I do overtime 10 minutes to explain my whole project in 50 slides without video?
Okay. Just make it a little bit quick.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I will start. Welcome and good afternoon to everyone, and especially to our jurists, Mr. Alvin and Mr. Ed, and to our special teachers in Department of Architecture. Hello, my name is Bobby. Please enjoy my project titled SCBD Urban Prairie. SCBD Urban Prairie is a micro grassland located in the middle of urban area of Sudirman Central Business District, or we call it as SCBD. The goal of the project is to redevelop a green open space, or RTH in Indonesia, become a greener living space. So it's transform landscape and vegetation to be a habitat of biodiversity. So it's more lively. Next, let's talk about this image. So this project intends to design something very controversial in the middle of the space of atrocity. Atrocity means cruel, weak, and violence. The atrocity I mean in here is SCBD itself as center of anthropocentrism. And then the solution are become epiphyte. So this project acts like an epiphyte, or in Bahasa we known as benalu. But it's different from the concept of parasite. This epiphyte produces its own energy and creates a mutualistic relationship with its surrounding, which it living on. So basically, it's like reclaiming the urban space. Let's get started from the beginning. It started because ecocide that happens lately in Indonesia coal power plant in East Java, deforestation in Kalimantan, and reclamation projects. Why ecocide happens and who to blame? Of course, there is supply and demand, but by the data, most of demand is centralized in capital city, especially in Jakarta, Golden Triangle, which is the center of activity in Jakarta. So basically, we blaming the Jakarta and its activities. And then SCBD chosen because its density, and narratively chosen because I define SCBD as cruelest area as an atrocity. And then there are three narrative issues that I focus on. Those are hegemony, monstrosity, and anthropocentric. Therefore, I choose SCBD as an atrocity. So the goal of this project is to criticize the atrocity using eco-criticism paradigm. I-provoking by building a prairie in the middle of offices, and I built a ground scraper in the middle of skyscrapers. This is how it looks, surrounded by the skyscrapers. Now I want to explain about the program. I have goals to change the paradigm of humans toward the non-humans. We want to make interdependent relationship, which means depend with each other. That's why I made a biotop program as a non-human habitat. The reason is simple. I will try explain it with analogy. So the question is, why can anyone have differences? Maybe as example, why hate Asian, black, white, Muslim, or other else? The question is why. It's simple. It is because they don't have such friend. For example, if they have Muslim friend, maybe those people will respect each other and try to understand each other. Then it's similar with the humans and non-humans. That's why how the biotop program acts like as a mediator. Next, I need something that fits the context. We need human traffic to be acquainted with the non-human. The easiest way to attract the human is just become the solution to the context problem. That's why the food court becomes the program for humans. Because of it, it is the solution to the context problem and for the site users. Finally, I decided to utilize the two previous programs, which is biotop and food court as a bioenergy generator, which generate circular energy from the food and the microbes. Okay, now we go to the design. Okay, this is maybe half of my work. So I made my own bioecology parameters named Neo-Ecosophy. In short, Neo is new, Eco refer to ecology, and Sophy means wisdom. So Neo-Ecosophy is a wisdom in designing in an ecological context in this modern era. For the detail about the Neo-Ecosophy, I will explain along the design process. First parameter, non-anthropocentric, is a paradigm that doesn't see humans as rulers and how things holistically in every decision making that's considering every being in this world. The process starts with identifying. So the users in this site much more are birds, insects, plants, trees, than the office employees in the weekday and families and people working out on the weekend. Next, we start design from the non-human. So I place those three, the placement based on their activities and role on the site. Indeed, we want a building that humble and more seamless for the pedestrian. So the contours are lowered. Here's the view from the pedestrian across the street. It's only the prairie that's visible from the ground. And here's the night view. Okay, a second parameter, it's an approach to harmonize structures with the natural environment and how to design that inspired by the nature. Now we add the human elements, which is the food court that at least it's need 1,000 seats. Okay, and then for shape configuration, the trees patterns cuts the shape of building. This is the view from food court. it's explained how the trees forming the spaces. Okay, and then this is a look from aerial. The building are cut, so there is more space to breathing for both vegetation and the buildings. Next step, I slope the edge of the building rooftop so it can connect pedestrian one way to another. Here's another image of how the urban contexts are seen from the rooftop. According to the data of human traffic, I made 3 entrances. West and east is for the offices, and north entrance intended for public. Okay, next, in the third parameter, the design is not just about sustain. It must restore and regenerate the environments too. Next process, the entire wall are lowered, being a parapet wall, so that it can maximize the air breeze and it maximize the incoming light, and so that birds and insects can access to the biotopes. Exactly as it's seen, the birds can fly through the building because the inclusivity in designs. Next, I would say biotop is the new typology for green open space, or RTH in Indonesia. It's produced biodiversity that can be used for bioenergy generator. So where's the more green factor? That's the more energy is produced for the common good. Okay, this view tells how the food court seems blending with the biotop and the urban context. So it's like an oasis in the middle of deserts. On fourth parameter, I would say machines are not always seen as tool of destruction. Machines can contribute to the creation of microclimates that have an impact to ecosystem. This is the complexity of how bioenergy works. And then also bioenergy uphold the principle of cradle to cradle. So it's keep energy moving circular again and again. This section show how biogas works, how every food carried to biodigester and process. And then the section show how biocathodes work, from trees to energy and stored into accumulator. So bioenergy generator is an example of machine adaptation. It still looks scary, but yes, not every eco-solution is colored green, right? Last but not least, corporeal means living things that has form. And so transcorporeal means the connection between humans and non-humans. So it emphasizes the equality of rights and status among corporeal beings. Like this project, this is a place for humans and non-humans developing their interdependence so that they have empathy for each other. These sections want to tell how the harmony of the program distribution that forming the building. Look at how every space and programs seems equal between human and non-humans. This is the view from the center of biotop. Personally, I hope this program can be a contemplation space to think again about the relation between us, the human and non-humans. Okay, this is the last view from aerial. So the prairie becomes a habitat for ecosystem on a neighborhood urban context. Okay, thank you for the attention. I hope this project can inspire designers and start to think more greener in process design. Thank you for everyone and juries. Have a good day.
Thank you, Bobby, for the inspiration. Mr. Ed Brecker, silahkan, please.
Hi, thank you, Bobby, for your presentation, which was very nicely illustrated. You used sort of quite a mixed media there as well to tell your story, which was good. And I got a very sort of clear idea. I suppose I think what you started by saying is that you, with this space, you are going to basically, this is the guilty conscience of the towers around it and all the businesses around it. And it's supposed to be, you know, something that captures and reminds them that, you know, really it's about nature. And I suppose the cynic in me wondered whether the best way of doing that would be just to create a park. And, you know, rather than putting a building on it, if you really wanted to make a true statement, you'd make it into a community park and you'd let the trees hit the ground. And trees like big roots and they like to hit the ground rather than hitting a podium deck on a building, so they can grow really big. And I wondered whether, and then you start explaining a bit more about the function and the uses, and I saw the bit about the energy generation, and I thought, obviously this building is something more than just a park, because it's starting to contribute to the environment in different ways, which I thought was quite interesting. But I just wondered why, in terms of the function of this space, you know, at the end of the day, it's like a vertical park you've produced, isn't it? Really, that's what your design is. And is there a little bit more about the story of what the function of this building is and what it does, and why a food court, I suppose, as well? And, you know, what's the symbolism of that? Is it because Indonesians love food and you want to give this to the people, or, you know, what is a bit more really about the function and what it is? Is it because some of the views look very built up, because you talked about it being about environment and nature, but some of the views are very hard. So I just wondered, just a little bit more really about the story and the function of the space or the building or the park.
Okay. So, the park is just be the park, and the food court is present to the context of urban, like in this slide. Okay. Yes. Why there's a food court on the biotop or park? Yeah. Because it's need humans traffic for the mediates among or between humans and non-humans. So maybe it's just a simple answer. Yeah, the function is just become how they be. Or maybe just like that. Mr. Baker.
Yeah, I think I mean, I think you talk at the bottom there, don't you, about the I suppose it's a space for the people, isn't it, and a space for the city. I just wondered whether I like the idea of this being in the heart of the CBD, and I think your story started by talking about why it would be in the heart of the CBD. And I just wondered whether there was a little bit more of a story about when people are visiting, about educating people about living more with nature and reminding them of what damage has been done in other places in Indonesia. And so it's just understanding a little bit more about the function of it, really. But that's all. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Ed Baker. Alvin, please.
Hello, hi. Yeah. Thank you, Bobby, for the presentation.
Thank you.
I mean, to be honest, when I look at your project prior to this competition, I think one thing that I caught my eye is actually the space. I chose this project because I like the space. It's kind of a mysterious, underground park, and I actually enjoyed that. Your presentation, because it has a lot of thinking behind it, a lot of diagram, a lot of concept. But I think one thing that probably I can say to expand what Ed has said, I think it would be better if the function of the building is more than just a food court. I think you miss an opportunity to educate people here. I understand that the food court is some kind of main attraction, let's say, because during lunchtime for sure people need somewhere to eat. But yeah, maybe my question might be, why don't you put more, why don't you put this building as some kind of education center for the nature? I think, even like some kind of a small museum that explain how the building works, would be good. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Alvin, thank you.
Mm.
I will try to answer.
Sure.
So, I think of how can it be everydayness of the offices. So my user are just the surrounding offices. So I start looking for the opportunity, how to lure them. So I seek for the activities what they need. So what I get, they need a place to break from stressful offices. That's why this food court is not just a food court. It's maybe a third place for the employees, and then it is a escape place for the users surround the sites. So basically, it's a food court because its scope of the project is not that big. It's only I take the user from 3 buildings on its surrounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think I wish this is not the final. I mean, I would have suggest, even if it's a food court, maybe it would be a different way of food court. Maybe people can have a picnic on the grass, or maybe I mean, if I look at one of your visual, it's very segregated. Right? You have the park, and then on one side you have food court that looks like a normal building. Yeah, I'm kind of wish that they merge into one. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
Mr. Alvin.
yeah, that's yeah.
That's
Yeah, maybe you want to respond. Yeah, yeah, go ahead, Ed.
I was just going to say, it reminded me a little bit of the in Singapore, the Marina Barrage, which is a very practical building as part of the water recycling, and the idea that you've got something in there, your energy centre, but it can be a public park as well. Is quite an interesting idea, I think. And there's a big new water treatment plant in Singapore that's opened up, and they built a huge public park on the top. It's a really sort of grand space, so it's quite an interesting idea that you can take a space and do a park. But I sort of agree with Alvin that you could probably do a lot more with it in terms of function, and whether it's a place for ecology or for play or whatever it is, a bit more like the role that a traditional park would do at the same time. But yeah, lots of interesting ideas, I think, to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alvin and Ed. Thank you, Bobby, for the presentation.
Thank you.
We move to the fourth presenters is Glenn with the Inside Out, the Sawangan Fitness and Recreation Space. Glenn?
Okay, hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay, please.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Glenn, and my project is Inside Out Sawangan. First of all, I want to tell you that this is the type of project that not only conceptual, but also realistically possible to be built. And I think that is the most important thing in a project. So, yeah. Inside Out is a fitness and recreation space in Sawangan, Depok, that aims to improve nutrition quality and the importance of healthy lifestyle awareness within urban ecology. As Beyond Ecology is the theme of this year final project, the key thing to go beyond ecology is speed and acceleration. The acceleration of time and space make urban environment less conducive for healthy physical activity. The demographic condition of community is entering peak productive age in 2030, which encouraged the need for this project. And if we include pandemic as the background of this project, I think this project can be a hope that one day we can go outside just like we used to and have a better and healthier life. So Inside Out came with a simple program concept, which is the balance between physical needs and mental needs. So the main programs are Healthy Market, Fitness Facility, Food Hub, and Fruit Garden. And this project located in Depok City, exactly in Sawangan. And this location has been selected for its suitability to the project goals, which is to improve healthy lifestyle in urban environment. So this is the most important part, I think. The design method is landscape urbanism. It is about integrating landscape principle in urban ecology. And the keyword is layers. So the mass reformation also used the principle of urban planning by Kevin Lynch. So the first step is placing the mass zoning according to the site analysis. And the second step is connecting the main access road to the settlement behind the site. From this stage, we can see how the massing composition resembling a basic principle in nature, which is how a river goes between the valley in such an organic way. Just like the left bottom corner illustration. And then the third step is adjusting the edge of each mass according to the path with curved shape on the inside and sharp shape on the outside. This resembles how water erosion works in nature. And then the fourth step is adding separate access for vehicle, including loading dock. And the fifth step is connecting every mass to form nodes and place landmark in the middle of the circulation path. The result is a 3D zoning of the masses. And I always think that every good design starts from an initial idea sketch, so we can get a bigger picture of how it will look and shape. So from the sketch there are some beyond ecology parameters applied to the idea, like reducing energy use and emission through an open building, application of open plan to support adaptive use, new technology with the help of AI system that will be later in the video, and contextual to its surrounding, of course, and resilient and sustainability parameters. So these are the layers, start from the roof layer, upper level layer, circulation layer, landscape layer, solid layer, and of course, the urban ecology layer, which is the basis of all layers within. And this is the block plan that shows how this project blends with its surroundings. As you can see, this path is connected the settlements behind the set to the main access road. And actually, there is under or beneath the pedestrian path, there is a water feature to represent the river in the nature. Yeah, this is the structure of the building, which is using metal-based materials for roofing systems and concrete for the others. From this diagram, we can see how the circulation path levels rise up and down between masses. Yeah, it is a bird's eye view that shows the holistic scene of the projects. We can see how the backside of the project is still growing settlements compared to the front side, which is more an urban developed. This is the main entrance view with the pedestrian-friendly access in the middle. These are some exterior views of every mass from Healthy Market, Fitness Facility, Food Hub, and Fruit Garden. These are views of some interesting feature inside, such as inner court, calisthenic area, and another Food Hub and Fruit Garden area. And this is these are some interior views which have a lot of openings to tighten the gap between inside and outside. So okay, now I will play the video of this project. Sorry, wait a second. Okay, thank you for me and stay healthy inside out.
Okay, thank you, Glenn, for the presentation. We moving to the Q&A. Alvin, please go ahead first.
Thanks, Glenn, for the presentation. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, to be honest, I still don't really get why the project is called Inside Out. Maybe you can explain that. And maybe my second question is, what is the ecological aspect of your project? It seems like it's more focused on health and fitness rather than ecological.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question, Mr. So the first question, maybe I'll answer the ecological.
Inside Out, yeah. Maybe you can explain
okay.
why the project is called Inside Out.
Does my screen show? Oh, it's still video, right?
It's still blank.
Okay, wait a second. Sorry. Okay, actually, there is some reason why it's called Inside Out. Start from the program itself, because the concept is the balance between physical needs and the mental needs. So it's about inside our body and outside visit of more physical activity. That's one of the reason. And then the other reason is maybe in the mass transformation, where there is the key concept of this building is to tighten the gap between an outside area and with an indoor area. So the building have, maybe in Indonesia it's called tritis, and it is basically a tropical principle which in this project is a lot of circulation that have tritis upside it. So the gap between the outdoor and the indoor is tightened. I think that's some of the reason why I called it Inside Out. And for the name itself, I choose it because I think it's easy to remember, and it's a public project, so I think it's a good name for a public project. And for your second question, it's about
what's the ecological aspect of it?
Okay. The theme of this year final project is about beyond ecology. So the ecological aspect is that I'm choosing is city urban ecology. So sorry, wait a second.
Sure.
So I think that how we can go beyond ecology is by projecting into the future about how this area, the Sawangan area, developed, because it is in early phases of developing. So I think it is a great area to develop as a site. And then the ecological thing is in the parameter itself. It is here. Okay. Yeah, there is some beyond ecology parameter that I applied to this project, such as reducing energy use and emissions by realizing the concept of environment-friendly building that are open. So, like as I said before, there is a lot of openings and a lot of circulation that is not that have no wall between it. So it's more like an open building. And other than that, there is a lot of vegetation and park inside its project. So it will be a lot of vegetation and maybe a bird or other things, other layers that can live here. And then there are some parameters also in adaptive function and new technology. I think that's all I can answer.
Yeah, just sorry, one question maybe before we move to that. Yeah, it just looked like the building and the park. You know, I just wish that, you know, since the theme is ecology, I think you should put some of the fitness, program outside on the park. So when the weather is nice, maybe you can do jogging outside. Maybe there's like an outdoor. Maybe you have that, but I don't see that. I think okay.
Yeah, this one is the
I see.
outside area.
Okay. Yeah, for me, it doesn't look like it's blending. It looks like you do your workout on the building and then you enjoy the park afterwards. Is that the case, or I don't know? Maybe you can explain more.
Yeah, actually, what I think of this project is when people came here, they can shop in the healthy market, and then after that they can bring the food or anything or drinks to the food hub, and then they can enjoy their time there. And maybe there's also some people that came here for a fitness purpose, for a healthy physical activity. So they can come here and then have a fitness, and then after the fitness they can enjoy the food and just recreation. It's the recreation space. I think that's
okay. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Alvin. Mr. Ed Baker, please.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for your presentation, Glenn. It was very sort of clear description of your project. I think that obviously you've chosen the theme of health and wellness, which is very topical in the midst of the pandemic, and it's also something that we come across a lot on the work that we do in different places at the moment. It's a very common theme, and whether you're looking at retail or healthcare, the blurring of these uses is happening, or hospitality, and I think it's a big topic. I sort of wondered whether within your mix of uses, and I was trying to think of it, you called it a public project, but it feels a little bit more private, and I wondered whether you could actually add something like healthcare into it, given at the moment, there's going to be a big investment in healthcare infrastructure in Indonesia, I'm pretty sure, after the pandemic, if it's not happening already, and how this building could take on more of a community role could be quite interesting, and whether you added to your retail and your gyms and your fitness, like a community health facility or something that could serve the community would be quite interesting. And I think you also started by saying it's quite a practical project, and I can imagine it's something that a developer could pick up and develop as a retail concept. It never particularly came across as too much of a community project, I think, which is when you said it was a community project, sort of surprised me a little bit, but I think as a practical retail concept, I can see it's something that could be done if it isn't being done already, because it's a big theme, isn't it? Whether you're tying it into related retail, whether it's the food or the sports and fitness outlets. But I suppose questions for you. I've got a couple of ones. One which is, you talked about how it fits into the community. Could you tell me a little bit more about its context and how you see it relating to the area around it? And then the second bit is probably relating to the inside-outside. And you talked about landscape urbanism, so maybe just talk a little bit more about the landscape concept, which still feels, in my mind, feels a little bit hard and perhaps needs to be a bit softer and a bit more ecological, perhaps, if that's your concept. But maybe just talk a little bit. And I think you probably, Alvin's asked similar questions as well, so you might have touched on something, but perhaps start with the community one, perhaps.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ed, for your question. For the first one, which is more about the community. Actually, this location in Sawangan is. Oh wait, sorry. I start from. Actually, this project can locate it everywhere, not just here. As long as they have the criteria, such as I choose this place because it has the lowest rating of healthy lifestyle in Indonesia. They call it PHBS, perilaku bersih hidup sehat, and that's why I choose this area. And it is the most dense province in Sawangan, maybe Depok. And then from there I start to create this project as a community. But I also agree with some of your recommendation that this might be a retail project. It's obviously, it can be like a retail project that benefits the community also. So thank you for that suggestion. And then for the second one is more about the landscape, right? So here's the thing. Actually, in Indonesia, there is a drawing when we are a kindergarten. We draw two mountains, and then in the middle it came the waterway, either a waterway or a road, and that is the instant idea I came out when talking about the landscape urbanism principle. But along the way, there's a lot more of layers that I use in terms of building the mesh, transforming the mesh using the theory of Kevin Lynch and other theories. And so it's not just only the simplest idea of two mountains and then a waterway in the middle of it, and it's more of a complex thing. And why it is a little bit hard why it's a little bit hard, because I want to combine not only a landscape, just put it there, and then there's a park. I want to combine it more like an urban and a park, and maybe later on this path in the middle can develop to be a more greener and less hard. I think that's my answer. Thank you, Mr.
And I think in terms of the landscape, I think one of the issues that you have I know this is south of Jakarta, isn't it? But the water is a big theme. So when you talk about ecology, you know, how you manage water, and you talked about the waterway, but it seems to me that it's sort of tucked away under the building, and whether you could turn that into a bigger feature. I mean, in China, we call them the sponge cities, you know, and how it manages the water and captures the water and cleans it and recycles it and turns it into something that can be part of the recreation and the health and wellness and the whole story of the site. And I just sort of looked at it, and it just felt a little bit hard and a little bit hot. And I thought the water just felt a little bit of a token gesture, and maybe you should make that a bigger part of the concept. But I think the concept's an interesting one, and like I say, it's very topical. And you know, ecology, health and wellness, and you know, that's something that we, you know, is going to be a big theme, not just now but going forward, I think. So, and the idea that's why I was asking about community, the idea that something that sits at the center of a community and serves, you know, the people around it, and how it can take on a bit more of a community role would be quite interesting as well, I think, because you've got a lot of space there. And I think a lot of commercial developers, when they develop retail, are now looking for ideas on how to fill their spaces, because, you know, perhaps with online retail, people, they have to work a lot harder to get people to attract people to physically shop. And so a lot of developers are thinking about ideas around health and wellness is one of the themes, about how to attract people to their centers. But yeah, thanks for your presentation anyway.
Thank you, Mr. for your suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Glenn, Alvin, and Ed. We'll move to the fifth presenters is Junita Delvin with Semerbak Harum Sang Kusuma. Junita?
Okay.
Please langsung aja.
I share already.
Okay. Mind the time ya. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, the judges and audience. My name is Junita Delpin, and today I would like to present my project called Semerbak Harum Kusuma. Mount Bromo is a mountain that has the charm of Indonesia's natural beauty. The white smoke rising from the crater, the blanket of fog covering the vast expanse of sand, as well as the beautiful sunlight in the morning, further enrich the beauty of the Mount Bromo environment. Not only natural beauty, it is also equipped with a variety of diverse flora and fauna. The beauty of nature and the diversity of its content cannot be separated from the figure of a people who play an important role that cannot be separated from Mount Bromo. They call themselves the Tengger tribe. They are neither gods nor saints. They are just ordinary people who live their life by farming. They have a close relationship with Mount Bromo in the culture and tradition, who regard Mount Bromo as their god and ancestor, so that they always take care and are grateful for their environment. But that trust began to fade away due to the foreign tourists who continue to arrive, bringing the impact of modernization. Who knows that behind the benefit to introduce the beauty of Mount Bromo it will affect the valuable culture in it. The Tengger tribe slowly become modern and influence the belief in their culture. The big idea of this project is about the legendary story of Raden Kusuma. So Raden Hukuma become the main story of the culture of Tengger tribe who sacrificed himself to the creator of Mount Bromo for the safety and peace of Tengger tribe. By resurrecting the phenomenon and memory of Raden Kusuma, it is hoped that the culture of Tengger tribe remain last forever. This story is packaged into the Kidung Tengger Potri, which is always read at the Yatmakasada ceremony, and tells about the praise and gratitude for the natural beauty that Raden Kusuma has given to the Tengger tribe. This poem is overall the white lines in bringing back Raden Kusuma memory that were brought into the architectural space. Semerbak Harum is not only refers to the fragrance of Edelweiss flower, but also describe harmony in the culture of the Tengger tribe. With a critical regionalism approach, where traditional and modern can still be accepted, several programs have also been produced, such as sarung making, Edelweiss Garden, geothermal bathhouse, plaza, and Tengger Tribe Memory Room, all of which have the same goal of strengthening the Tengger tribe culture. The experience present aims to revive Raden Kusuma memories through the narration of Kidung Tengger Potri, which is translated every verse. We can feel the experience through the traveling from one space to another. These verses are translated into mass composition, such as verse 1, The Misery, which describe the difficulties of the Tengger tribe before Raden Kusuma sacrifice. Verse 2, the sacrifice described the time when Raden Kusuma sacrifice was witnessed by the entire Tengger tribe. Verse 3, the peace described the joy of the beauty of nature that Raden Kusuma brought. And verse 4, the ritual described the gratitude of Tengger tribe. Verse 5, the calling, so that the Tengger tribe always protect nature. And verse 6, the memory, described Raden Kusuma by presenting elements that give back their memories. Every design that occurs in the building does not occur without a certain meaning, such as 3 main substations that describe 3 important persons in the Tengger tribe, 14 doors that mark the 14th day of the Kasada ceremony, and 4 ornaments that describe 4 natural elements such as flower, sun, water, and mountains. Not only space experience, this project is special because of the support of the surrounding natural elements that activate the human senses, from enjoying the view of Mount Bromo, the sunrise and the sunset, the cold fall, the sound of waterfall, the smell of flower, to the loudness mountain rock. Visitor can be invited to experience the typical of Majapahit architecture, which is the ancestor of the Tengger tribe, from the application of several temples with brick materials, as well as the ornament on the walls. The location of the site on the cliffs strengthened the element of the project. Besides being able to see the nature of Mount Bromo as a whole, the cliff and the cave have strong memories for the Tengger tribe, which represent high and low of climbing trips that must be passed every day, and also memories of Tengger tribe was hiding when Mount Bromo erupted back then. Several lifts, both vertical and inclined, are provided apart from stairs so that every visitor can.
Totalnya 9 anak apa berapa?
This is the story of Tengger tribe and all the sacrifice of their life to glorify Raden Kusuma, the ruler of Mount Bromo. I will show you the video.
Letusan gunung berapi Gunung Bromo.
Kusuma, setiap terjal langkah kaki mendaki di Gunung Bromo ini, aku menemukan tinggi rendahnya hidup. Di puncakmu ketemukan pelangi, dan kepada mega-mega, ku titip salam lewat sang bayu untukmu. bersatu bersama sang dewa. Di kicau burung kuadukan pada rembulan, di hati kecilku kuadukan pada bintang, agar mantraku ini bahagia untukmu. Kusuma.
That's all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Junita. Mr. Ed Baker, would you like to have a question first, please?
Hi, thank you, Janita, for your presentation. I think there was something very, well, a presentation was more your storytelling, really, and the way you've used images. There's something very sort of mysterious about your project. So I want to ask you more questions about it. I think that the ecological theme you've chosen is one that has been touched on in earlier presentations, which is about tourism, isn't it? And the challenges of how can, in Indonesia is going to be a big issue going forward about how do you grow the tourism industry, but how do you sort of protect local cultures and ecologies? So I think quite an interesting theme to look at. I suppose my question for you, and I suppose it related to one of the early questions I asked, which is about understanding more about the Tenga tribe, and you've obviously developed something, but what I'm trying to work out is what is there at the moment, and how does the Tenga tribe live their lives at the moment, and where do they live, and what is it that you're actually creating? Because you sort of describe this sort of mysterious, magical place, but I'm still trying to work out exactly what it is, and are people living there, or is it purely for tourism and it's about education, or is it? And I know you sort of started to describe that in some of the spaces, and I could see that, but maybe just tell me a little bit more about well, I suppose the culture that you are trying to protect, but also the place that you are creating as well, the new place.
Okay, Mr. Ed, thank you for your question. So basically, this project is more about conserving the local culture of the Tengger tribe. So as we know, the main issue is about the modernization that Tengger tribe do because of the tourists. So it's begin to fade away. So this project has a purpose to about conserving the culture by strengthening their local activities such as sarong making, because the identity of Tengger tribe is they use the sarong every day. So we just put it in the programs, and Edelweiss flower, conserving Edelweiss flower, so because the Edelweiss flower is one of the local flower they in their local community, because it used a lot for their tradition. So it's basically just to raise up and about begin to raise the memory, so they cannot forget their main culture. That's it.
I was sort of trying to work out what's there at the moment and what you're putting in, which is new as well. You know, how much is there existing there at the moment, or have you taken a site where there isn't anything and you're recreating? So how much of the community is there at the moment, or are you? That's the bit that I was trying to work out.
Actually, there are not places that like this before. They're just local people who live in the Tengger tribe with just a traditional section. So this project is one of them all to raise up their culture. So the community itself is already exists in there, but this project is just to remind themselves to begin to come back their memories.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ed Baker. Alvin, please.
Hi. Thanks, Junita, for the presentation. I really like the story. I always like to visit a place that has a story behind it, and I suppose your project does like that. And I also appreciate that you also put like this, the smell of flower into your project, which is unique to to the place. I guess my question really, I want to know. So let's say I visit this place. What is the best way to experience it? Do you actually just stroll around, or do you have like maybe like an audio guide, or do you travel within a group with a tour? You know, because it looks like there's like a route that you need to go. There's like a sequence that you need to go to understand the story. Yeah, so that's my question. What's the best way to experience the project?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Alvin. So basically, in this image, you can see there are two zones in the left side and the right side. So in the left side, it's there's more to Tonggo tribe, so they can do their tradition in the left side because they have a plaza in here. And in the right side, there are a few points existing that exist right now in there to the tourists, so they can see the sunset. So my project just to link it to my new project, so the tourists from here can take a lift behind to go down into my project and sort of like a tourist, so a tourist of group. They can go into the project, and they can use the sarong making, so they can together with the Tonggo tribe to make the sarong, and they just can also to buy it in the right place, and they can see the beautiful flower and basically for the Tonggo tribe too. So like a tourist of group too for the tourists.
I see. So what is the difference between entrance 1 and entrance 2?
Because the entrance 2 is linked with the viewpoint, so the intensity of the tourist is more there, more broader, more big. So this one I just make it to the local Tonggo tribe. They can because
Okay.
each year they have the tradition and culture to
So
to
number
show.
1 is for local.
Yes,
Number 2 is
but
for the tourists. I see.
by intensity of the people.
So what's the program here? Can people actually stay in this project, or not really, just visit?
Not really stay. They just visit because the
Okay.
program comes the sarong and the flowers, sort of like that.
I see. Yeah, and also I'm curious because I think in one of your slides there's like a hidden sort of like hot water, bath. Is that something that visitor can do?
Yeah. So by the local government, they have planned to do geothermal from the Mount Bromo volcano, because Mount Bromo is a volcano mountain. So they just we can use the geothermal to the bathhouse, and people, tourists or local people can do the bathhouse in here.
I see. Yeah, I have no further question.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ed Baker and Alvin. Mr. Ed Baker and Alvin, you need a little a small short time of break.
I do
You
actually.
need
Yeah,
break?
I need a break. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have reached to the 5th, and then we can have a short break. Thank you.
For how long?
We can have 5 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes breaks. Is it okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
see
we
you in
have
a bit.
5 to 10 minutes. Okay. See you in the 5 to 10 minutes breaks. Rian, boleh putar yang video trailernya lagi while we have a break.
Ya, Bu.
Thank you. After this, Joshua ya, Jos.
Oke, Bu.
Have we ever wondered about the relationship between us and our environment? We're supposed to have a mutual relationship, but do we? The world keeps growing in an unpredictable way. The acceleration of time and space requires us to go beyond. Here's where architecture contributes to special quality that benefits both the dwellers and the ecosystem surrounding. What kind of programs can address the challenges of communicating ecological principles within the world's rapid growth? How can architecture contribute to protecting the integrity of the ecosystem? How do we go beyond ecology?
Welcome back. We're still waiting for Alvin. Okay. Welcome back, Alvin and Ed. Continue to the six members. Is Joshua Kifi? Jos,
Okay,
please.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Is my screen appear?
Yes.
Okay, okay then. Hello, Mr. Ed Baker, Mr. Alvin Trisnanta, and everyone. I'm Joshua Keith, and I will present my final project, Tanam Model, Conservation of Komodo Dragon Habitat on Komodo Island. It starts from a happy story where the human village and Komodo dragon believe in totemism of the legend of Prince Najo, who has twin boys, one in human form and the other in Komodo dragon form. If someone hits a Komodo dragon, we feel the pain. It feels like there's a flesh and soul connection between Komodo dragon and human. The rivals of Suharto's military expelled and burned the hood of the Komodo village. Now it becomes Lohyang Park. The Komodo villagers eventually moved to the coast of Komodo Dragon Island. In the present time, the civilization of the Komodo village will be removed from the island due to the government plan. This is where the issue raised, the disconnecting of the chain of totemism tradition and the scarcity of Komodo dragons. The set area is 10,500 meters squares between the characteristic of Komodo dragon and human. The village is the fortress of the ecosystem, where the people there provide homestays, souvenirs, and workshop, while the Komodo dragon live under the forest. There are three programs. One is focused on conservation, the other culture, tourism, and management. The discussion result of a multidisciplinary community and the rejection of Geopark on Rinca Island. How will the Komodo dragon reach this site? Should a large building only contain tourist information? Wouldn't be a nature museum? The actors in the architecture consist of conservation keeper, farmers, tourists, Komodo villager, and Komodo dragon administrator and craftsman. and we will focus on 5 parameters of bioecology. Using a spatial machine as a method, which consists of 3 spatial machines and 1 spatial void to move the sensation of Komodo dragons from the forest along the river. This method to reconnect totemism tradition between Komodo villager and Komodo dragons. Firstly, the site is open from the forest, grassland, and river by setting the river flow to create a Komodo dragon's breed path. This method summons Komodo dragon through the spatial machine method for raising the legend of the Najor princess. The 4 buildings present as conservation support, which is arranged partly to avoid bigness and create air gaps. The meshing is more flexible to direct Komodo dragons into the building, while the front side is an observation deck to see the exotism of the Komodo dragons. The foundation of structure is dominated by wood material. The goat farm accommodates 30 until 36 goats for Komodo dragon food stock, the conservation as breeding and protection for all Komodo dragons. The spatial machine consists of playing interaction ground, sharing cattle, and summoning ritual. The cuisine, sea cucumber as a restaurant. Lastly, baby Komodo dragons care to prevent illegal hunting and cannibalism. The journey of the Komodo dragon from the forest into the building and towards the sunbathing zone. They will return to the forest through the gaps between the sides of the building. The project used local wood from the structure of the Komodo village stage house. Here's the 5 parameter of beyond ecology, using stage structure to minimize the carbon footprint, provide breeding, protection, and food stock for all Komodo dragons, successfully analyzing environmental data through interacting and summoning Komodo dragons, presenting the legend of Princess Najo as a remembering machine, unifying context between family, culture, and tourism. Welcome to Tanah Modo, a project that rests the ancestral values of the Atamodo tribe with mutualization with the Komodo dragon known as Sebai. The Komodo dragon comes out looking for the sound of splashing water, a sign of the existence of prey being drinking river water. The Komodo dragon swims beneath the building, exploring space that leads us to the legend of Princess Najo. Suddenly, the Komodo dragon found a foreign object hanging. With its explorer character, they bite and interact with it. Reminiscent of the story of Princess Najo, a human brother who plays with his brother Komodo dragon. The sacrifices are brought down by the Komodo villager. If someone eat my goat, they just let it go. There's no disappointment because they are brothers. Reminiscent of the story of Princess Najo, where humans can share the prey with the Komodo dragon. The pounding of rice begins to sound. Komodo villagers sing, dance, move the rice knocker, reminiscent of the story of Princess Najo, the sign of human calling out Komodo dragons at the ritual of Kolokamba. Komodo dragons swim and walk out of the breathing corridor of the building, drying their skin under the hot sun before they run to the forest. This is the experience of eating accompanied by singing while the Komodo dragon sunbathing, the pounding of footsteps, and the scream of small children who were amazed to see the newborn of Komodo dragons. Well, we remember the moral message ending the legend of Princess Najo, and if Komodo dragons get too old to fend for themselves, the villager will feed them as if they were a member of their own family. Here's the animation. This is the story of Tanah Modo, conservation of Komodo dragon between creating a wild reptile throne and reconnecting the blood brothers from the legendary story of Prince Najo. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Joshua Kifi. We will start with Ed. Mr. Ed Baker, please go on with the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Joshua. I must say this one, I mean, all the presentations have been of a high quality, but the quality of your film and general presentation is really amazing, actually, I think. I sort of saw this and I shared it with some of my colleagues, and they were really amazed actually at the quality of the mainly the film that I'd seen, but I hadn't seen all your graphics. So I think sort of really well done for that. And I think in terms of the project that you've told the story really well, in that you've set the scene at the big scale and you've used the context and the scale really well to set the scene from the broad planning scale. And I think you had those really nice graphics that explained the context of the islands and the wider area, and then you zoomed in and you showed the context of the town, and you explained really well the issues, and then the organisation of the community for the dragons. And I must, your film, I think your music probably gives it a dramatic quality, but I felt like the dragons are taking over the planet, and that if the theme is about ecology and animals, I really got that feeling like Planet of the Apes, that they've come back to seize their home really away from the humans. But I think I think that there's some really interesting ideas. So I suppose in terms of questions, when you start looking at the actual, then you get into the buildings and you start to see the environment, this sort of very sort of timber structures, and maybe you could tell me a little bit more about the actual, I suppose, about the architecture and the design and the place that you've created, because I think the stories are really well told one, and I understand that, and I don't think really there's not many more questions to ask you about that really, because I understand, I get all that, and I can see but tell me a little bit more about the place and perhaps more the visual aspect of it and the design. So yeah, that's my question. Sorry, I got there in the end, but.
Just kamu masih ke mute.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. At first, I thought about how to create an environmentally friendly space from local material that can be found around the Komodo village, but it would be difficult to tell a story into a space. But back to the Middle Age, where a machine could be created with the wood construct without harming the environment. If you guys know about Leonardo da Vinci, here I try to connect the materiality of the past along with the legend of Prince Najo into a space that is able to present what can still be remembered from the past. Architecture as a remembering machine, just like what Daniel Libeskin did on the three-lesson architecture. The elements of the playing interaction machine, the smell of blood that is passed down from the cattle machine, the sound of the ritual machine. Those are the memories that I want to present to achieve a rational and memorable design solution between the Komodo dragon and human. That's the answer, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think it does explain a bit. I mean, I can get that from the feel of, it feels like the machine, and I know that I can see the timber you've used, and I suppose if there was any sort of criticism, it feels quite heavy, the building, and if, the dragons are the centre of attention, then I wondered whether there'd be something that sits a bit more in the landscape. But I think I don't want to really be too critical, really, because it's you've taken one approach, and I get the feel of the machine, and when you talked about Da Vinci, and I can see that, and you've obviously gone with a certain style in a certain direction. Is there any particular reason for the timber, and any more ideas around that timber, and what type of timber and where it's sourced, and why the timber direction, I suppose?
Oh, okay. The construction of the building use the pile and wooden column material because the original houses of Komodo villager are still house, and mostly the wooden material can be found more easily to prevent the carbon footprint, and the floor itself is made by the wood plank and reinforced with plat and bolt. The roof of this project it made by asphalt roof covered with roofing felt multiplex aluminum foil to respond to tropical climate condition on Komodo Dragon Island in Indonesia. This project minimized the use of concrete, which is permanent and could destroy the characteristic of nature itself. So I tried to learn a project from Yori Antar, that the project was viral in Indonesia because everyone think that the building is more like Jurassic Park, and I know that it's because the material that he used is much more concrete than the wood. I think that the answers are that I can present to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Alvin, for the next questions, please.
Hello. Sorry, I'm hearing a lot of echo. Maybe somebody can mute me on the laptop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think first of all, yeah, congratulations, Joshua. I agree with that. The graphic is really amazing, and I like that you also have diagram explaining that. I guess. Sorry, Joshua. Probably can you? Okay. Yeah, that's better. My question is, I understand that Komodo is actually a dangerous animal, right? So I'm wondering how you actually separate the circulation between the human and the Komodo. So I guess you have a good strategy to separate them. Okay, you can unmute me.
Okay, thank you for the question, sir. Maybe I will show you the slide first. Okay, I'll slide down the material of the layer. Okay. For the safety, I make a three pathway between tourist conservation and management pathway. If I zoom in first. If the visitor want to come into the building, it's only a railing of the wooden railing that can protect the human, but when they enter into the center of the building, for example, the three machines that I made, there are ropes that are wire that can protect the kids or any human when they want to do a selfie or when they want to run. But when this project I want to build, there a place that there's no Komodo. When if you can see from the left side and the right side, there's a gap between two block building. Okay, I need the area in this area. There's no Komodo dragon because it's for the fire rescue area. So the Komodo only enter from this area in the back, and only enter and then enter in the center area, because in the left side and the right side is a much more safety because there's no Komodo dragon. If children or kids that want to play in the middle, I put some wire so they cannot drop down into the ground, sir.
Okay. So if I'm a visitor, do I look only from like high level, or you can have a different point of view? Let's say, because I think the main strategy is you have an elevated platform, right? That you see the Komodo from above. Do you also have like mixed point of view that you lower maybe you have a different kind of protection, like you mentioned the wire, that you can actually see the Komodo in eye level, or even more than that, can you actually interact with the Komodo somehow?
The people, especially the visitor and the villager, they can interact directly to the Komodo dragon, because I think it's too dangerous. But they can only see the Komodo from the upside level. I think that's the answer, sir.
Okay, so in general, when we visit this conservation center, you basically look at it from this building that is safe, and then when you have enough time, then you go back, from wherever you come from, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe from the left side of the building, I put the healthy center for the Komodo dragon for breeding and care to take care of the all Komodo dragons. But it's too dangerous if put the mass of the people of the visitor, cause that can disrupt the habitat of the Komodo itself. So
I see. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the question from me. I think overall it's a really good project. I'm really amazed with the graphic.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Joshua, for the presentations. We move to the seventh presenters is Kevin Joshua with Lahir Alir Hilir. Kevin, are you ready?
Okay. Is it clear? Good. It's evening, right? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Right now it's evening in Jakarta. So good evening, Mr. Ed Baker and Mr. Alvin, and good evening to my colleagues and also my teacher from Untar. Right now, I'm going to present to you my project Lahir Alih Hilir Gasification Plan and recreational space at Citarum River, Bandung District. So the issue that
The issue that brought on the table is plastic waste. Indonesia is known as the second largest plastic waste producer in the world, and according to recent data, this will continue to increase by 5% every year. This isn't something new, since this been an issue for years. All these plastics just got thrown away just like that, or even didn't get to be managed properly. Another stack gonna come on another, and it's going to keep piling up, and for sure going to leak into the river, or even worse, the stream will bring all the garbage straight to the ocean. This caused mainly by two things: lack of proper waste management system, or lack of basic knowledge or understanding about plastic pollution on ecosystem. For example, of what happened in Bandung district, where it's not unusual for people to litter on the river since there is no waste management or even a system that optimal enough to efficiently dealing with this matter. This issue can cause a lot of problem and becomes a domino to other problems such as damaging the paddy field, damaging the environment or people's home, and it going to create another economical problem. So I started with drawing a circulations diagram for the waste itself. Creating waste bank is one of the important elements to make a good, effective, or efficient waste management. So as all you can see, there are 12 spots for waste management that I put in the riverside, on the riverside, and the main project is the yellow one in the west side of the map. And actually, all this time people don't think too much about litter. As long as they can let go of the garbage, they think that they have solved the problem, but they're just going to give the environment more and more problem alone. And so that's why I created this waste bank to anticipate this problem. And actually, the process is very simple, where you just have to. It's just required plastic waste and also a gadget with a good internet connection, so you can do this transaction later in the waste bank. And after that, the waste that are bought will be put on the waste will be collected on the waste collector and then will be brought into the main project with the waste truck. So we're going to get into the main project, which well, in designing the main project, I got through few process, uh, more like a contextual method, where first of all I did a site analysis, which consists of 6 analysis to determine the zoning area in general, and entrance and green area. And after that, I'm moving to the simulation of the garbage itself, where through this simulation, I'm hoping to study the composition, the function, and comparing the function of the garbage in uh, entirely. And there are a lot of garbage that I'm doing study with, like plastic bottle. Like you can assume the plastic bottle as a place with a room inside it, and it's enveloped by a transparent cover or plastic bag that are stuck with in a stick, as if it's making some like tent structure, and you can put an activity below the tent, or plastic container, or asbestos roof, and other stuff. Either it's abstract or even literally. And after that, I moved to the detailed circulation to determine the zoning more detailed than before. And I split the zoning itself into 2 main trade, which is private and public, which produce the meshing process to where I make a few adjustments to the site itself, where there are 7 meshing process: elevation, connecting entrance to recreation, meshing, divide the mass, adjustment in the mass in the middle to allow some sunlight into the public space, orientation to the recreation, and finalize the building based on the study of garbage that I did earlier. And after that, this axonometric plan, as you can see, it's actually more open. There are a lot of open space to allow more air circulation and minimize the use of air conditioner as low as possible. And this is the waste management system. The problem when designing this waste management entirely is the fact that you cannot always you cannot always assume. So you really need to study the composition of the material, the specification of the machineries, and anything else, which just like the gasification itself, these are not even detailed enough to, if you want me to be honest, because it's really complicated when I have to make sure how big the pipe is, how big the pipes are, or even the specification of each tube or each machine in here. So all the best I can do is just studying the diagram of the process in general and put all the machines that I thought are needed. And the recreation, and this is for the recreation. The recreation consists of 4 main activities, where all the activities related to the water. Recreation is made to raise awareness about the river itself, so people that can really appreciate how precious the Citarum River is, and maybe stop littering in the river. That's the hope. And so I'm moving to the video.
Nggak ada suaranya ya, Kevin ya?
Mungkin saya coba share ulang ya, Bu.
It's okay sih, nggak apa-apa.
Oke. Sudah ada, Bu?
Oke, sudah.
So this is the public entrance. And this is the waste management building. In order to imitate asbestos roof, I'm using PVC with asbestos pattern since asbestos is too dangerous to use. And this is the office. This is the tent from plastic, recycled plastic. And this is the exhibition. And this is supposed to be the eco shop and the food court. And this is the musola. This is for people to see the process. This is the public bath for education purpose. And this is recreation.
All right. Okay.
That's all
Kevin,
for my
I think we
presentation.
have
Thank you.
moved. Thank you, Kevin. We move to Alvin for the questions. Silakan, Mr.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin, for the presentation. I find it quite interesting to combine like waste management and like I don't know, it's sort of like a education center to raise awareness of the polluted river. Actually, my question is, what is if I want to visit this center, what would be the main attraction? What would make me want to go there?
The main attraction, well, the main issue, the main goal when I made this project is, aside from waste management system, is actually the recreation. Part of the program is about part of the program of Lahir Alir Hilir is education and recreation, and this is the recreation for water attraction and water related. There's also exhibition where actually I was planning to make the exhibition like changes over time, but for now I didn't explain earlier, but for now I filled the exhibition with some kind of story how plastic waste invade our environment, and then and in the end it becomes a struggle to human because there are nets here, there are plastic that make the visitors harder to move right there. And then also the purpose of Lahir Al Hilir is to educate people not only on littering, on protecting the river, but also on the waste management. Like in this perspective, there is some kind of hole there in the wall, in the polycarbonate wall, and it's supposed to be the view for people to look inside on the process of how to manage the waste to manage plastic waste into smaller plastic waste, shredding it and drying it, and then send it in the end to the gasification process. Well,
I
actually,
see.
if you, in general, just education and recreation.
So when I visit this place, then you can have a tour. You can go to all the machinery, and then to understand
Yeah.
the process. And things like that.
Yeah, that's correct.
And how did you think about how do you deal with the smell? Because it's waste management. I imagine if you have a food court program next to a waste management, that's not so good. Did you think about that as well? Or?
Yeah, part of the program when building a waste management is, of course, to make sure that there's a buffer zone to stop the smell to go too far from the site. And also, if you well, at first I thought it would be a problem, but in the end, I think about it again, and since my waste management only process plastic waste, I don't think that plastic waste would produce that much bad that much odor that affects the whole site.
I see. Okay, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alvin. Mr. Ed Baker, go on, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I think yours is quite different to the others in that you've chosen this topic with the sort of waste management and approach sort of the energy and renewable area of ecology. I think it's quite a big general topic at the moment, and I think I talked earlier about in Singapore the desalination plant, which has the park on the roof of it, or the Arkingels in Denmark, the waste to energy plant with the ski slope, turning heavy infrastructure into something that's a bit more accessible and public is quite an interesting idea. I also think, some of the work that I've been doing in Singapore about making industry more accessible to the public, we call it like the transparent factory, where you can start to learn about these processes, is really interesting. And I think that obviously your design, mixing the education and the public bit is quite interesting. I think the architecture and the design language you've chosen is, and I suppose this is what my question's about really, it's still quite an industrial aesthetic. And so rather than say the examples I've given you where they've transformed it into something totally different, so it's like a public, and I talked earlier about that, about the park in the CBD where you turn it into something totally different. Is there what's the reason for the design direction you've gone in and how you've approached it? Because I can very much see what's going on there. It looks industrial. Did you ever think that it might be another approach would be to hide it? What's the reason for making it? And I don't think either is right or wrong. It's just what's the reason for your design direction?
Well, for my design direction, I always know that waste management system never made to look quite interesting. Aside from what famous architect made over past years, but when I see the gasification plant, when I see how it's structurally made or even how it's formed, I always find it interesting how people always assume that somehow it's kind of just gave me some kind of vibe like when you look at the plant or gasification plant or unused factory, it's just, for me, it's really beautiful, and I really want to make good from it, and like people could really make something from it. And aside from what you said earlier, when like the power plant that Park Ingalls made, which with the ski slope or like the park above it, I quite concerned about the safety of the biofuels, because was supposed to be the biofuels, but that's why the only thing that I could think of when I was making this is how I just want to make the public path around it, like I researched about it, but I didn't find anything about is it but is is biofuel affected the same way fuel affected to the gadget signal. So in order to playing safely, I'm just creating a small portion of public access in the biofuel plant or gasification plant. I think that's all.
And maybe just very quickly, just tell me a little bit more about the other buildings and the uses. I think you've walked through, but just some idea of what the other complementary uses are, because you've obviously got the plant bit, and then what's happening in the other buildings. A bit more about those spaces.
About the other buildings, well, aside from making it looks much more like a factory, I just want to follow the typology around the Bandung district. Since Bandung district is famous for industrial buildings, maybe I just want to make it fit in the area. And for how its shape, I mean, well, it looks for the waste management system, it looks really massive. I mean, it's different from the typical waste management system where there's only one floor to all the machine on the ground floor. But I think it's also interesting how I should think about the creativity that I had to put all the machines into a very small space, different from any other waste management, and make use of the storage space. Like the compromises I made, like I had to use this spiral lift. This is supposed to be a lift where it takes the waste from level 1 building to the level 2 and to continue the process.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can see your concepts very comes across very strongly, and like I say, that idea of the transparent building is really interesting, and obviously responded to your context as well, which is industrial, isn't it? And you've sort of turned it into something positive, which I think another sort of general trend is industry moving back into the city, albeit maybe light industry sometimes, and making in the city. And I think it's sort of interesting and quite different to some of the other topics that we've seen within that ecology title. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin, for the presentations. Now we can move to the eighth presenters is Jihan Nurmaulida with Normal Living. Jihan, please.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Can anyone see my screens?
Yes, Jihan.
Sorry. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and to all the judges that are here today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jihan Nurmaulida. In this opportunity, I would like to present my final project titled Normal Living, a work home for wheelchair user that is located in Sunter Agung, North Jakarta. Built based on the issues of disabilities for those who live in the event of poverty due to discriminations or for not having the same rights and opportunities as others in the community, though also reflected from the point of view of architecture that most of the spaces contain physical barriers, which unpurposely happen to create apartheid design, where disability is treated as ones who are excluded in the area caused by the inaccessible layout in the spaces. This issue is focused towards those who have the disability of walking, thus use wheelchairs on a daily basis. This issue continues owing to the fact that living with a wheelchair is a financial strain, no matter whether they are wealthy or not. This causes stress financially that can affect their mental and physical health, lack of nutrition, which is especially hard for people in labor and will take effect on their babies. So as I have mentioned, the title of this project is Normal Living. The reason I put in this title is to emphasize that these people are also normal, because disability does not mean inability, or even worse, not normal, because human beings are not stereotypes. The purpose of this particular project is to reduce the stigma that disability means inability, which has been the public belief over the years. Not only to remove that stigma from the public, but more importantly, to remove it from those with disabilities themselves. In order to achieve that, normal living is up to create the ability of self-confidence about their disability and wearing them without the shame in the eye of the public. Therefore, we can actually agree that between normal and abnormal is only about perceptions, not reality. Not only this, but the purpose of this project is to make these people receive the support that are needed to build their confidence and not only accommodate, but also a place that is easily accessible for those who use wheelchair on a daily basis. The main program in this project is merely on giving accommodation and food supply through urban farming. This program promises decent life support for those in need, with the proper living accommodation and the existence of urban farming activities to provide their daily need of food. For moral support, they could do their social life interactions in the provided community. But more importantly, this project strives to give these people equal opportunity to be achievers. Now, normal living is a project where wheelchair users are given the opportunity of working in the clothing industry, such as kabayas, dresses, and suits. These products will later be showcased through the wheelchair dance and fashion runway, acting as an equal rights campaign. And not to forget physical activities such as wheelchair wall climbing that focuses on training the arm, which will strengthen their mobility using the wheelchair. There are 4 design methods used in this project. The first one is to take accountable the comfort of these wheelchair users that follows the rules made by the Keputusan Menteri Pekerjaan Umum Republik Indonesia as the main principle to create rooms and spaces. The second one is spatial perception. This is translated through the exterior that highlights the main ramp access. This allows the wheelchair users have the sense of acceptance in their environment, because as I have mentioned earlier, the sense of abnormality occurs when the environment isn't applicable to the user itself. The third one is collective action, and last but not least, transparency. The first and the second methods is pretty much alike. This similarities is noticeable by the ramp-driven access building, making it possible to access every part of the building using wheelchair with ease, a hangout area that is provided in each individual rooms, and the reshapement of some furniture to accommodate the wheelchairs, maneuver, and all the details applied. The aim of the third method is to educate and to familiarize the neighborhood by interacting these two communities in an attempt to erase the perceptions that has been pointed towards these wheelchair users, with the possibility of minimizing discriminations towards them. And the fourth and the last method is transparency. This is to showcase to the public that disabled are able to do a lot of remarkable things and to dispute the perceptions that people put them in. This is translated with the use of transparent materials such as polycarbonate, perforated metal, glass block, and wire mesh on the building, which give transparency without giving out privacy. Moving on to the next slide, utilizing the crowdedness throughout the site of this project, the building allowed the show movement of the dance participants to the public in order to invite more people to the main attraction area, the wheelchair dance area, to dance together and attend the various shows that this building has to offer. Here's one last video before I end this presentation. So this is where my presentation ends. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Jihan's nice music, by the way, can lift up the moments, waking us. Okay, I forgot who's the next, Mr. Ed Baker or Alvin. Ed, please go on for the questions.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation and your film. There's a lot of great art direction going on today, I think, and some nice film production. I think your presentation stands out again a bit like the last one for approaching a slightly different topic, which is about equality and universal accessibility and how we can make places more inclusive, which I think is a really difficult subject to deal with sometimes. I suppose I have a couple of things sort of stood out for me really, and one which is about the building and the mix. You know, you say it's primarily residential, and then you've talked about the urban farming, and then I just wondered, there's the fashion bit, but I just wondered, is there another story? Why that particular mix and the relationship between those? And then I think I noticed on your diagram you then had work around it, and I wondered why that wouldn't be more integrated within the building. And then I suppose that my other thought was then about when you approach a subject like this, there's the idea of making this building accessible for all. And why is this building, is it a particular home just for people in wheelchairs who live on their own? Or would you want to design a residential apartment for anybody, but make it totally accessible for someone in a wheelchair? Why have you gone down this particular direction of a building which is just for people in wheelchairs? And is there more of a story behind that of why you decided to do that? Other than, I suppose, produce a building which is the perfect building for people in wheelchairs and educates people around. But why did you go down that particular route of just people in wheelchairs being here rather than, like I say, creating a building which is more for everybody and people can live here with their families, but it just so happens that one member of the family is in a wheelchair or has another disability? If that makes sense. There's a question mark on the end of that one.
Thank you for your questions. I will answer directly about the urban farming. And I've mentioned it earlier. The disabled is often discriminated when they apply for jobs, so they end up not having jobs and fall into the poverty. So I think I have to accommodate them food supply because they have not enough money to have a food supply. And for the second question, I'm sorry, wait. For the second question, it's the building is just for the wheelchair users only, because I think that there's not much of a building like this in this country, in this world. I think, yeah, in anywhere. The building everywhere, it just always provide the access for the wheelchair. Like the ratio is more small than the wheelchair users. So I think it's a great idea to build a building that only provides them. If that answer your question.
So yes, I was just sort of understanding your thinking really, because there is the school of thought where people want to feel really normal. They want to feel more integrated rather than separate. But that was just I think you've explained a little bit of your thoughts. So you specifically wanted to create something deliberately separate and just for wheelchair users. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Ed. Alvin?
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Jihan, for the presentation. Yeah, I find it that you designed a building specifically for wheelchair. I think I kind of agree with Ed, because if you just design only for wheelchair, I think in reality it's not practical, right? I mean, like normally people with wheelchair still live with other family who probably don't use a wheelchair. So it looks like it's really exclusive to wheelchair. Um, yeah, so I think it would be better if this building is also for other people without disabilities. And also, I think my question is, if the theme is disability, why only limit to people with wheelchair? What about people with other disabilities?
Because, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go
Have
ahead.
you done? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah. Because I think it's the project will be too complicated and to a big range, because because there are so much of a disability, like anything can be a disability. I think. Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, like, I don't know. Let's say you put like blind people into the program. Maybe you can also play with texture, with floor pattern, floor texture. I mean, yeah, would be you would put more dimension, into the building. But yeah, so the reason is just to create less complexity in the building, I guess. So it's just a specific disability.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess also, I think what stood out for me is the building is really full of ramps, right? I mean, I wonder if normal people wants to visit this building, do they have to do the same thing, do the same route as the wheelchair people, or if there's like a different path for normal people and well, I wouldn't say normal, like people without disabilities to navigate through this building.
Yeah, basically, they have the same access, but wait, for the wheelchair users have more exclusive entrance from from the side of the road, and the entrance that shape with a ramp, and the people with have no disability can't like they have they is only one space is only has one space that different not blend with not blending with the wheelchairs, is only the gallery in this building.
Okay, so really there's no steps or stairs in this building. Everything
I'm
is
sorry.
There's no steps or stairs in the building.
There is there is a stairs actually, but wait. It merged with the ramp, the stairs.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, okay, I guess that's all the question I have. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alvin, and Mr. Edbaker and Jihan. I'm sorry for the overtime, but we have to move
It's
to
okay.
the last two members. Is Chelsea, the next presenters with Asmara Loka, a human life personality. Go on, Chelsea. Okay, thank you.
Can anyone see my screen yet?
Yes, clearly.
Oh yeah, okay.
But
It's
still,
widescreen. Yes, it's
still white.
okay. I'm going to start. Good evening, dear jurors, lecturers, and colleagues. I'm Chelsea with my project entitled Asmara Loka. It's an architectural design to shape the behavioral patterns of environmentally conscious character. The thought of ecology in our life isn't just related to nature, green area, or even conservation only, but it all started from our sensitivity and response on what happened on our daily life. As the effect, the feeling afterwards will urge others to do the same indirectly. Activities are programmed to be attachable to primary school curriculum, as we know is the human prior age on developing character. With this quality of open area, we contribute on supporting green areas depleted by building construction. There are some peak hours to be concerned with when more than two visitor categories are on site together. Between ages, genders, backgrounds, and even personalities are highly possible to happen. Every area was given its own ecological value to ensure that every visitor get the development stimulus regardless of any kind of activity they are joining in. Wilbur's integral theory and Prochaska's spiral combine together, creating programs which are changed periodically corresponding to character development phases. Site-sectional view are analyzed to find the best building proportion from viewers, both the passerbys and also the people across. Congested street style is modified to multimodal one, maintaining the street capacity but with higher quality of shadings, buffers, dividers, and of course the safety of the street users. The initial area requirement of 143% are reduced to 80% as we transfer some indoor activities into outdoor one. Combined together with Merleau-Ponty's spatial perception theory and Plato's thinking about humans' behavior, here comes a project located between rows of houses and shops, lacking of green spaces. As the response, open areas on each side are maximized for transits, multifunctional, and create buffers from the pollutants. Changes made by the presence of this project are observable from visual comparison if the whole blocks are built to become shophouses. Same condition goes to the transversal side, where the gap between building border and the site are function as interaction area, whether it's visually or bidirectly. Each visitor could explore the whole area linearly and repeatedly looping because each room end were designed attractive enough to catch visitors to go to the next room. There are 6 accesses for level transfer from the first floor to the second floor: stairs, high ramp, a pulley, climb wall, whereas the second floor are accessible from the woodlocks, the pulley, and the outer stairs from the first floor. The coordinate system measurement starts from the meeting point of longitudinal and transversal sight lines so that the construction adjustments are possibly made on the back borders, which are more flexible areas. Here are some elevation views from 4 sides. Open green areas are placed in each layer of the building to create a fresher, outdoor connected, and make the visitors aware of their surroundings. Interaction between visitors possibly happened on different levels, which contain ecological consciousness value. Some psychomotor activities are intended to create two-way communication and interaction, like greeting each other, offering helps, or giving responses even to small coincidences happen on site. To stabilize the building due to its shape, exterior and interior structure are separately designed. The water used for landscapes are supplied from filtered river water, or we call it kali. As the prevention of the fire, Sumato automatic fire extinguisher are placed on the corners of the room, so it will blow up and shut off the fire in seconds. Besides storages and machines room, exhaust fans are provided to help the air circulation on some rooms with more corners. Okay, so as we can see, the buildings are possibly happen to be a visual view on scenery, especially from the across the street. These are the lighting at the night. It comes from the LCD touch wall, where the wheelchairs, strollers, and even scooters can get through the same path to build more tolerances between visitors. Here are some illustration on the interior and exterior building area. And these are the illustration if the main activity are changed periodically, like the first page. The animation are made to illustrate how the visitors are guided to express themselves through the activity, and how the activities itself provided can provoke them to interact, communicate, and spread positivity to everyone. Please enjoy. Okay, we've met the end. Thank you all for paying attention.
Thank you, Chelsea. Nice presentation in this late evening. Alvin, you go first for the questions.
Hi, thank you, Chelsea, for the building, for the presentation. Yeah, it's very interesting building. It's kind of unique comparing to the rest. Yeah, I'm just wondering, what is really the main function of this building, or this project in general? Is it more sort of like a public park that everybody can enjoy, or is it more like some kind of education center to educate people about the environment?
Okay, may I answer now?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, it's actually a public building, but the program we design inside is
Mhm.
applicable to be collab together with the primary school activity like extracurricular for them, because as we know, it's the prior age when we as human are developing our character. So if we can plan and we can put this kind of character inside them since a kid, we hope that they can spread out this ecological friendly like character to their surroundings. But for the the building facilities itself, it's actually open for public, like public park like that.
I
Everyone
see.
can come.
Yeah. So I'm just curious about the thinking of on the actual shape of. I mean, it's sort of like an artificial mountain,
Yeah.
artificial cave. What was the thinking behind it?
It all started when I found about like its psychological approach. I used the Prochaska and Wilbur's theory, how to affect and how to changes someone's behavior without pushing them to do that. So it the process comes naturally and the results are much better. Then combined together this with the spatial perception method from Merleau-Ponty's and Plato's thinking about humans' behavior sources. So, and because the theme is ecology, right? We take like natural materials that can be placed together. This the building materials as the physical and the soft, like this. Some things can be used for buffers, and because the rock-like materials are applicable for the texture of a habitat, like birds can build their home there, and then like cats and dogs maybe can climb up the building. So it's animal friendly, it's human friendly, and it's plant friendly. Of course, it's ecological friendly.
Okay. So the actual material is a real stone. It's not
Yeah.
a stone-like material. Okay.
Yes, it's stone.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Alvin. Mr. Ed Baker, please.
Hi, Chelsea. Thank you for your presentation. I think you've got a very sort of unusual concept here, which is quite different. I think it's interesting. I quite like the way your story made its way up the levels, and you could see all these activities going on. And in some ways, I suppose when we saw earlier the park in the CBD, and we were talking about activation and making more use of that building, I think you've probably got a lot of activation going on here, and it's quite interesting to see how you've approached it. And there's a little story around every corner, which I like. I think that I suppose I'm less sure on the overall aesthetic and the idea of the natural stone, and I think there's probably more interesting ways and maybe more appropriate materials that you could use to do this sort of vertical. I suppose it's a vertical community building, isn't it, at the end of the day? So I think it's quite a sort of interesting mix, but I think it's quite distinctive with the stone, but wouldn't be my personal choice of direction. But I think I like all the uses and the vibrancy. On one of the images you showed had it's quite curious. It had houses underwater. What was the concept behind that? Was it part of the education, the eco-education part? It looked like there was some little houses underwater. Was that one of the exhibits?
If I'm not mistaken, you're talking about what's the concept and the main idea behind this.
No. As the film went through the different levels, there was one of the rooms had little houses underwater, and I just wondered, and that's why I started wondering about the overall.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
These houses?
Yeah. I was wondering what they were. Yeah.
Oh, because like in the programs that we produced, there are like cycling programs that we change for every 3 months, and it happens on this main cave. It's on the second level. So it based on the 4 quadrants of someone's behavior. And this is the second one is the flood experiment.
Flood Expo, yeah,
Yeah, the
that's
flood
it, yeah.
experiment where we asked the visitors to throw away their garbage. We gave them free drinks, free snacks, and we pushed them to throw away at the center point in this level. So when there are enough trash is collected, we have planned that we make it like it's flooding. So they have to experience this flood to feel like maybe some of us or maybe mostly haven't ever experienced the feeling of the flooded. So if they know the feeling of flooded and they see it with their own eyes, it will possibly make more memories, and it will help them to reduce from stress from putting away garbage like everywhere.
So I think there's some sort of strong ideas in there around environmental education, and it reminded me. I was in Tokyo a few years ago, and there's a building called the Children's Castle, I think, and it's a sort of a vertical building, and every floor is just full of kids' activities, and it's just there's so much going on in this building, and it just sort of reminded me of that as a concept. But like I say, I think the function's really interesting, but I think probably the aesthetic bit, I think Alvin's already asked you that question anyway, so I won't ask you that again about why the stone and why you decided to go down this route. But I think there's something interesting about it though, and I like the way that you've sort of told the story, and there's a little story in every room, and you know how you sort of activated it. Really, it's like this vertical park, I suppose. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chelsea, for the presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
We can to the last presenters is Changgita. Changgita, you there? Okay. Changgita, please go on. Changgita?
Yes.
Yes, please go on.
Good evening, judges, facilitators, and friends. My name is Changgita Lucia. Today I will introduce you to my project with the title Forester in Daikanayan Village. Borneo Island is one of the world's lungs because of its forest area. But unfortunately, Borneo Island is one of the islands that is often the center of national and world attention because of its very high rate of forest cover change. It can be seen in the picture. Deforestation of forests in Borneo has expanded massively in the last 70 years, with the lost forest canopy up to about 60%. While there are still many people in Borneo who rely heavily on forests. Forests for local people are likened to a market. One of the areas experiencing high forest cover changes in Forest West Borneo province is Kubraya Regency, due to its function as a production forest area. The problem taken is the disappearance of the Dayak culture in Korek village in the younger generation. So that in this project, cultural empowerment is implemented, namely by strengthening cultural ecotourism in the local area and creating a past life, which can remind the Dayak culture in Korek village. The site taken for the cultural ecotourism program is located on Trans-Kalimantan Road in Korek village, with site area of 17,310 meters square. The site is in the middle of a forest traversed by the Ambawang River. The cultural ecotourism concept of the Jonggon dance symbolizes happiness, joy, and present people's gratitude to God. The design of this project used typology study of Dayak Kanayan and Betang House and the settlement pattern of the Korek village. Forest is a very important element in the social life of Dayak community they have a holistic perception of the forest. For them, the forest is not only economically meaningful, but also sociocultural and religious. Also not only contains a variety of plants and animals, but they themselves are an inseparable part of the forest. The concept of ecotourism, which is taken from the function of the forest for the community itself, is likened to a shelter and playground, where when people feel tired of working and bored at home. So that the forest tour tells the meaning of the jungle for Dayak people, which is of very important value for their daily activities, starting from scratching a line on a piece of paper, following the pattern of plants on site as a basic for drawing that forms of the circulation. And the Dayak community is communal society and lives together with the goal of one communal life. The tradition of living in groups and upholding strong family ties makes the traditional Dayak community use the concept of a longhouse or betang house as a shared residence, which is the heart of the social structure of Dayak life. Determination of site zoning using Durkheim theory of the division of labor and society, which is related to social solidarity. According to Durkheim, social solidarity is divided into two, namely organizational solidarity and development societies on site one, whereas mechanical solidarity in traditional society and at tourist, ritual and residential on site two. In the ritual mass, the monitoring tower is shaped like a broken tree trunk, which tapers upwards, which serve as a medium of communication to the ancestral spirit realm and serve to see the situation and condition. In the form of mass tourism for solidarity using three parts, and for the residential buildings, tourism and rest area use parts of the betang house, namely the roof, the main building, and the state structure. This building project discusses the interaction between culture, human the user, and its relationship with nature, where a Dayak Kanan culture that adapts to the times and its activities with the forest as a playground and shelter while hearing bird chirping and the sound of water. And in the mass of building using natural materials from the typology of betang house, which use material directly from nature that do not mix with chemical. The proof is in the foundation, wood is used that directly sticks into the ground. And for the columns using purchased wood, and the wooden plank floors are tightly packed inside the building. And the wooden plank floors are spaced on the building terrace. And for the walls, using wood planks and bark material. And for the roof, using thatch and nipa roof. And for the community uses a traditional foundation system and called the pile foundation to support the construction load. And the building material camouflage from the colors of nature so that the building can disguise itself with the surrounding environment. And the people there feel that the building and the spaces in it are part of nature. Here is the Daikanayan village. Function of tourist and rest area sites, reminiscing about the quality of everyday life in the Daikanayan village in the past, so that the future generation can see the cultural heritage of their ancestors. The Dayak people liken the forest as a place to play and take shelter while hearing the chirping birds and the sound of water. The typical parts of the betang house that are applied in this project are its mass of the building is used as a place for gathering, deliberation, praying, and others. And the middle of the area is used as a building, a seat where people gather. Suspension bridge serves as a transition between the tourism sites and the spiritual life of the community sites. And on retail and residential sites, it functions as a center of cultural activity and spiritual life as well as all life processes from time to time. The tradition of living in groups and upholding strong family ties is used as a basic design for shared housing. Single dwellings that are interconnected into one unit are likened to the wingspan or a hornbill. The hornbill ornament on the roof of the building is considered as a symbol of the ideal leader who loves peace. That's all about my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Changgita, for the presentation. Mr. Ed Baker, please, first for the questions.
Hi, thank you, Changgita. I think your presentation, it seems really well thought out in terms of your research, and I think probably there's been some other ecotourism projects presented today, but you've done your research, and I think you sort of told your story of understanding the culture and the context and the typologies really well. And then I think starting to see how it then manifest itself in the planning and the built environment. I think there was, a strong connection there. And I can looking at the images on the screen here, and actually I like these illustrations you've got here. But I think probably in terms of questions, one thing that I would like to understand is what is this village? Is it purely a tourism village that people visit to understand how and rediscover about that way of life and culture? Or is it a place where people are now living and so it's alive? Or is it just a park really? Is it just a,
And about the beyond ecology is the energy emission, and the energy emission is use of natural material and state structure, and for the adaptation, the ability to adapt culture, and for the resilience, I use of steel structure to anticipate flooding and build soil and water-resistant materials, and for the context, uniting sociocultural and religious activities with nature, and for the new technology, quality and social application to adapt to nature condition and building programs. So
I suppose my question was more to do with how is it used? Do people stay there, or is it just a show village, like a museum village, or are there people living there now? What is the primary purpose and vision of it? And I can understand the story, and I think you told the story about the landscape very well in that relationship with the forest. And I think that's very strong. And I think you probably bought the environment and the ecology, but the bit that I'm less sure of is beyond the demonstration bit and showing people about this culture. Is there any? Are these buildings used, or are they is it purely a show village?
So it's with the program inside the building, like the cultural Daikanayan and the education, the ecotourism, and the embracing and interaction, like the community empowerment. For the embracing is community empowerment effort development for the local people, so they can increase their quality life in their village. Like that.
Okay.
Changgita, itu maksudnya mereka hidup di situ, living di situ, atau dia enggak? Mungkin I just help for the questions? Atau dia memang tinggal di situ atau memang hanya untuk community aja?
Thank you, Bu Vero. They live. It's for foreign that is not for local people to. It's for local people and for the foreign to live there in the residential and in the residential and for they to learn about the cultural.
Okay. Yes, I think I understand that. That's clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Alvin, for the next questions.
Hi, thanks, Changgita. Yeah, again, it's a really nice presentation. I like the graphic, and also I really like the design of the building and other elements. I particularly like the bridge, that has like a lot of wood on for the foundation. That's really nice. I guess in terms of question, I'm just wondering because a lot of project has this kind of elevated platform as some kind of main circulation. I mean, like the slide that you're showing here. There's a circular elevated platform. Well, I mean, it's gives another dimension to experience the project. But I'm just wondering what's the reason for that. I guess when you're in nature, you also wants to be to explore the forest itself, not on the artificial platform. Okay.
It's for the forester, so the people can go up and see the culture on the above.
But is it? Yeah, sorry, go on.
Already.
No, I mean, like in general, like if I see your project, right, everything is like has a path or a bridge. But is there any place that you kept like really natural? So I mean, it really looks like a really well-maintained village. But I guess when you stay in a place like this, you also want to experience the nature, right? Yeah, is there a place in your project where you kept it more natural?
Yes. And because I use the concept of the Dayak perception about the longhouse, so I make a circulation about like like join the place with another side here. So I make the circulation here.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's all the question from me. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Changgita, for the presentation.
Thank you.
We
Sorry.
reached the end of the presentations. Before we reach the closings, maybe we can take pictures together. Everyone can open the video camera. And Rian, ada yang bantu foto kan ya? Siapa?
Iya, Bu.
Oke, karena Bu Rianya ngehang.
Iya, Bu.
Okay, not everyone. Can everyone go? Okay. Oke, kasih aba-aba ya, Rian.
Yep. Ji, udah.
From slide, first slide. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Moving on to the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ed and Alvin, for the time. I'm sorry for the overtime, but it's really good feedback for us and all the presenters also. I think you guys really well done, work hard, and also others who are not in the presenting today, but you all the winners from our studio. And thank you too for all the participants here. We have also the docents, the lecturers, and the friends from other university. Thank you so much. See you until the next public expose at 2-1. And Alvin and Mr. Baker, later we can email each other for the results maybe. We can discuss the results maybe by email or by group or WhatsApp. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the presentations today. There's some really excellent work and really good presenters and presentations as well. And it's really interesting to see lots of different ideas and different ways of presenting and different graphics. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Alvin. Maybe 1 or 2 words for the participants.
I also want to say thank you. Thank you, Vero, for organizing. Yeah, it's really well organized. And being from Untar myself, it's really a pleasure for me and an honor for me to be invited. And yeah, it sure brings a lot of memory from 19 years ago. Also Ed, nice meeting you. I guess we have to pick a winner after this. We can do it by email.
We don't like picking winners, but
but to be honest, I wish I can see all the 25 projects because it's hard to judge just by looking, from the screen. I think some of the project that I saw is actually much better after they presented themselves.
Yes, agree, Alvin. I think the 25 members of the public expose is really have really good jobs and for their works. Okay, Pak Rudi, Bu Mika, mungkin kalau ada yang mau disampaikan silahkan. I'm waiting for Pak Frankie, the head of the departments, but I think he's not here yet. So I think it's okay. Once again, thank you, Ed and Alvin, for the times, and thank you for all the participants who really worked this out. And thank you, Ria and Mekar, who is not here, for helping me in coordinating this Studio 8. Thank you so much. It's really good to have you guys for the 6 months. Yeah, really well done. Thank you all. Thank you, Ed, and thank you, Alvin. See you for in the next public expose. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you ya semuanya ya. Good job.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Keren-keren.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Sorry,
Bu.
Videonya membuat keren-keren banget. Apalagi yang semua yang punya 25 itu saya ngeliatin satu-satu keren banget lah.
Bu Vero dan teman-teman mahasiswa, terima kasih ya. Aku tadi dengar 4 jaman.
Yes,
oke banget sih. Nggak bosen. Bye-bye.
Rian, kamu gerak-gerak supaya gerak. Dari tadi dia stres kayak pin out orang. Still live in YouTube. Okay, thank you. We will see you, I think, in the nanti ya next talk show alumni. We will inform you later. Okay, thank you so much.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Yeah, thank you.
Kasih, Bu.
Kasih, Bu.
Thank you. I think we can stop the recording.
Kasih, Bu.
Recording stop.
Ya, thank you ya semua.